Identity, B2, Student's Book and Workbook, by Carla Leonard. Published and copyright Oxford University Press, 2020. Starter Unit, page 10, exercise 1.
9 hobbies to take up after a breakup with social media. Do you find that you are constantly scrolling on your phone? Are you tired of social media and looking for a new hobby? Doing a course can be expensive, but luckily there are lots of things you can learn to do online for free. 1. Yoga. Is life making you stressed? Yoga helps you relax and get fit, and you can do it anywhere. Online classes are very popular. In fact, somebody you know is probably doing one right now. 2. DIY. Do it yourself. Do you like using your hands? Try doing DIY. You can learn how to fix a bike, build a bookcase, or even how to make your own clothes. You can find tons of tutorials and how-to sites online. 3. Jogging. Do you want to do more exercise, but aren't keen on playing sports? Why not get together with a friend and go for a run? Jogging costs nothing and is good for your mind and body. There are lots of free apps to track your progress. 4. Calligraphy. Are you into art and design? Online calligraphy lessons can help you perfect your handwriting. You can even have opportunities to make money by creating party invitations or logos. 5. Podcasts. Do you catch the bus every day? While you're waiting, listen to a podcast in English. Podcasts can be funny or educational. Just choose a subject that you're interested in. It can really help improve your English. 6. Design an app. Are you crazy about computer games? Then try making an app of your own. You can have fun and learn a professional skill. These days, lots of universities are offering free courses online. 7. Play an instrument. Are you looking for a cheap and easy instrument to learn? A ukulele can cost as little as £20. Watch videos or download step-by-step lessons. Practicing as little as 15 minutes a day can lead to great results. 8. Juggling. Are you good at catching? Juggling lets you do exercise and entertain people at the same time. It takes about a week to learn to juggle 3 balls, and you can learn crazy tricks from famous jugglers online. 9. Blogging. Do you want to express yourself? Try blogging. Bloggers share ideas through their writing and photos. Or you can become a vlogger and post your own videos online. People are always looking for good content.
Starter Unit, page 10, exercise 3.
Do a course. Do exercise. Have opportunities. Have fun. Make money. Make your own clothes. Play an instrument. Play sports.
Starter Unit, page 12, exercise 2.
Would you go travelling without any money? That's what Rob Greenfield did. Rob is an American adventurer and environmental activist. He has cycled across the USA twice on a bamboo bike, and he hasn't had a shower since 2013. Rob wants to show people that they can live with less. On one adventure, he travelled over 6,400 kilometres without spending any money. Here's how he did it. What did he take? Rob set off on the 15th of January 2014. He left his home in San Diego, California, and bought a one-way ticket to Panama. When he got on the plane, he was wearing shorts, a shirt, a jacket, a hat and sandals. His only other possession was his passport. He wasn't carrying any money, credit cards, a mobile phone, a camera, or even a toothbrush. Why was he doing it? Because he wanted to test the sharing economy. He wanted to get to know real people, and he was curious to see if human kindness and generosity alone could pay for his journey. How did he do it? Rob got around on foot or travelled by bus. He didn't stay in any hotels. Instead, he worked on farms and did jobs in exchange for accommodation. He collected and sold cans for money. And he found food in the wild or ate what people threw away. What were the highs and the lows? More than 2,200 kilometres from San Diego in a bus station with only $30, Rob didn't know if he could get home. As he was waiting, he approached a woman. He asked her for a bus ticket to travel north. She bought him the ticket, gave him some food, and filled up his empty water bottle. Random acts of kindness like this helped him. How long did it take? 37 days and 7 countries later, Rob came back to San Diego with 10 cents in his pocket. What did he learn while he was travelling? Rob learnt that people were generous and the world was essentially a good place. He discovered that money was just one form of currency, but that human kindness and solidarity were much more valuable.
Starter Unit, page 12, exercise 3. 1,
Set off.
2,
Buy a one-way ticket.
3,
Get on a plane.
4,
Get around on foot.
5,
Travel by bus.
6,
Stay in a hotel.
7.
Come back.
Starter Unit, page 14, exercise 1.
Celebrity besties. Hollywood marriages don't usually have a happy ending. In fact, the divorce rate between celebrities during the first 14 years of marriage is 50%. But there are loads of friendships between famous people that are healthy and have stood the test of time. Here are our top examples of #squad goals. 1. Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling. Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling have starred in 3 films together, including La La Land. It's obvious that there is incredible chemistry between the two of them. However, in real life, they aren't a couple, they are just good friends. After working together for the first time, Ryan told the press that they got on extremely well, saying there was no one like Emma. In 2017, when they collected their SAG and Golden Globe Awards, they both thanked each other for their support. They have been known to behave like little kids when they get together during filming. 2. Leonardo DiCaprio and Tobey Maguire. Leo and Tobey worked together on Baz Luhrmann's adaptation of The Great Gatsby in 2013. However, their friendship goes back years. They have been best friends since they were children. The boys met at an audition and found they had a lot in common with one another. They were both young actors who wanted to make a name for themselves in Hollywood, and they were both supported by their single mothers. Thanks to their similarities and shared history, Leo and Tobey haven't fallen out yet. In fact, they still hang out, and they have stayed true to themselves. It seems fame hasn't gone to their heads. 3. Kristen Stewart and Dakota Fanning. Although they played enemies in the Twilight films, the two co-stars hit it off immediately in real life. They have always enjoyed each other's company. In fact, at the Women in Hollywood Awards in 2016, Dakota presented an award to Kristen and said how much she valued their friendship. Dakota also expressed how much she looks up to Kristen. She told the audience, "She has always been there for me when I have needed her most, and most of all, she has taught me the power of being 100% yourself 100% of the time." When Kristen accepted her award, they gave each other a big hug.
Starter Unit, page 14, exercise 3.
Think of someone you
1,
get on with really well,
2,
have got a lot in common with,
3,
have never fallen out with,
4,
often hang out with during your free time,
5,
hit it off with immediately,
6.
look up to.
Starter Unit, page 15, exercises 8 and 9.
I'd like to talk to you about my best friend, Maddie. We met on the first day of middle school, so we've known each other for 5 years now. We were in the same class as one another, and she was sitting at the desk behind mine. We didn't hit it off because we didn't seem to have much in common with each other. She really liked watching football, but I thought it was boring. And I thought she was a bit arrogant and talked about herself too much. But then we worked on a science project together, and we realized we got on really well with one another. We found out that we're both vegetarians, and we both love going running. We used to run by ourselves, but now we run with each other. I'd rather be in her company than by myself. We really look up to each other too, and we tell each other everything. We don't keep any secrets from one another. I've asked her for advice many times. Everybody tells us that there's such amazing chemistry between us, but we've never gone out with each other. I honestly don't fancy her. We're just really good friends. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself.
Starter Unit, page 16, exercise 2.
The weekly horoscope. Aries, the 21st of March to the 20th of April. Your strong character means that people will always follow your lead. However, this week, someone younger than you will give you some advice. If you listen, you might learn something from one another. Taurus, the 21st of April to the 21st of May. You're organised and hard-working, but you don't like compromises. You may be struggling a bit right now. You probably won't get what you want immediately. Be patient. Things will get better again. Gemini, the 22nd of May to the 21st of June. Since you're funny, cheerful and generous, I'm sure you'll always be popular. However, if you aren't careful, you won't have enough money one day. Get a bank account and start saving for the future. Cancer, the 22nd of June to the 22nd of July. You love taking care of others and being with your family, but don't forget to spend time with friends too. You might meet someone interesting this week, so you won't want to get home early for a change. Leo, the 23rd of July to the 22nd of August. You're a born star with adoring fans. Next week, however, you might not get as much attention as usual. Don't get upset if you get to school and nobody notices you. It'll do you some good. Virgo, the 23rd of August to the 22nd of September. You're a perfectionist. It isn't enough for you to get good marks. You want 100%. You're never sure that anyone will meet your high standards. But whatever you do, don't criticize your friends. Libra, the 23rd of September to the 22nd of October. You are usually diplomatic and cooperative and dislike conflict. In the near future, however, you may get a message from a friend that upsets you. Have you got any idea why they sent it? You'll never know unless you ask them. Scorpio, the 23rd of October to the 21st of November. You're a very passionate person. However, you might find it difficult to trust someone in the next few days. Watch out. You might get jealous this week. Try to control your possessive nature. Sagittarius, the 22nd of November to the 21st of December. You're adventurous and fun, and you always speak your mind, but you might want to consider other people's feelings more often. Your relationships will get better if you put yourself in their shoes. Capricorn, the 22nd of December to the 21st of January. You're responsible and you want to get a good job. In fact, you're pretty sure that you'll be a manager one day. You don't think that anyone will work harder than you, but others may disagree or do things differently, and that's fine too. Aquarius, the 22nd of January to the 19th of February. You're a free thinker whose original ideas will never get old. However, people still expect you to help with practical matters. At the weekend, you may need to do chores if you want to keep the peace. Pisces, the 20th of February to the 20th of March. You are a compassionate soul and always want to please others. Be careful. On Saturday, someone will ask you for an unrealistic favour. You probably won't offend them if you don't say yes.
Starter Unit, page 16, exercise 3. Get means arrive.
Get home. Get to school.
Get means receive or buy or obtain.
Get a job. Get a bank account. Get a message. Get good marks.
Get means become.
Get better. Get jealous. Get old.
Unit 1, page 18, exercise 1.
What does your profile pic reveal about your personality? A recent study from the University of Pennsylvania has found links between profile pic features, such as colours, facial presentation and emotions, and personality attributes from the Big Five model of character traits: openness, extroversion, agreeableness, conscientiousness, and neuroticism. What does your pic say about you? Up for it! Do you change your pics often to reflect your emotions? Can they be a bit rebellious? Then you're open. You love new experiences, and you're a risk taker. However, since you find it difficult to be kind to impolite people, you may seem rude at times. Try to be tolerant and be careful not to be inconsiderate of other people's feelings. The social butterfly. Do your pics feature your besties? Do you and your friends look like the life and soul of the party? Then you're probably an extrovert. Life around you is always fun and entertaining. Just try not to be impatient with quieter people, or you'll risk looking like a show-off. The selfie king or queen. Are you smiling and self-assured? Do you look quite mature, perhaps a bit older than you really are? Then you're probably conscientious. That means you're self-disciplined. You're organised and reliable, and you always try to fit in. Just don't let your fear of becoming unpopular rule your life. Remember, nobody's perfect. A friend indeed. Does your pic feature soft colours? Are you posing with your partner? Chances are you're agreeable. You're easygoing, loyal, and a good listener, so you rarely fall out with anyone. That's great! Just be careful that dishonest people don't take advantage. One of a kind. Is your photo dark? Does it feature unusual subjects? You might be a bit neurotic. You're probably imaginative, but you might also be sensitive. As you might struggle to deal with stress, you can be overly cautious. Embrace what makes you unique, and remember that everyone feels self-conscious sometimes.
Unit 1, page 18, Exercise 2. 1.
The life and soul of the party.
2.
Easygoing.
3.
Cautious.
4.
A risk taker.
5.
A show-off.
6.
Self-assured.
7.
A good listener.
8.
Self-conscious.
9.
Rebellious.
10.
Self-disciplined.
Unit 1, page 19, Exercise 5.
Dishonest. Disorganized. Disloyal.
Impatient. Impolite. Immature. Imperfect.
Inconsiderate. Insensitive. Intolerant.
Unpopular. Unusual. Unkind. Unimaginative. Unreliable.
Unit 1, page 19, Exercises 2 and 3.
Hi guys! Lots of viewers have written in with personal questions for me and Sai. So now it's time for us to spill the beans.
Many of you have asked us how long we've known each other or how long we've been a couple.
Well, first up, we aren't actually going out together. We're just good friends. We met when we started our psychology degree at Reading Uni, and we've been sharing a flat for 6 months, although it feels like a lot longer.
What are you getting at, Nina?
Nothing mean. I very much enjoy living with you, Sai. You're a good listener and really kind. It feels like we've always been friends.
Oh, right. Emma B wants to know how long you've been vlogging, Nina.
This is the first time I've ever done any vlogging, but I've always been interested in it. I love anything to do with entertaining and YouTubers.
Plus, it helps that you're an extrovert and a bit of a show-off.
Yes, thanks for that, Sai. OK, Javid from Leeds wants to know where we're originally from. I'm from Edinburgh, and I'm very proud to be Scottish.
Well, I've always lived in the UK and my mum's English, so I'd say I'm British through and through. My dad comes from Mumbai, but I've only been there twice on holiday, so I don't feel very Indian.
That's all for now. We've got a lecture to go to. See you.
Bye for now.
Unit 1, page 20, exercise 2.
The mystery of doppelgangers. Could there be another you? Has anyone told you that you remind them of someone else? Have you ever had a friend who people thought was your sibling? Since the beginning of time, people have believed in doppelgangers. In other words, they think there is someone somewhere on Earth who looks just like they do. But how likely is this? Tegan Lucas, a forensic scientist, has studied thousands of photos of faces and measured the distances between features. Using that information, she has calculated that there's only a 1 in 135 chance that any two people will look alike. So it's perfectly understandable if you still haven't met your double. Francois Brunel, a photographer from Montreal, Canada, has made a name for himself photographing doppelgangers. He's already taken over 200 photos of lookalikes for his project. Brunel has said that despite his subjects not being related, they look almost identical. Humans tend to base facial recognition first on the eyes, then the mouth, and finally the nose. Even though Brunel's doubles often haven't been as tall as one another, or have even been different genders, they have all had very similar faces. He has shot all his photos in black and white, and without any makeup, as he wanted the facial similarities to stand out as clearly as possible. Over the years, Brunel has travelled across the USA and Europe, looking for doubles who have never met. When his project exploded onto social media, his site was flooded with messages from people suggesting similar-looking individuals, or who were impatient to find their own double. Apparently, the photographer has witnessed intense emotions in his studio. Meeting a stranger with exactly the same face as yours can shake your sense of identity. We all like to believe that we are unique. In fact, a lot of his lookalikes have felt cautious, insecure and self-conscious the moment they first laid eyes on each other. Others have refused to take part in his project or denied any similarity to the other person, even though their faces were in fact very similar to each other. There is much folklore surrounding doppelgangers. Many people think there's a special bond between two people who share the same face. But nobody has been able to prove this yet. According to superstition, your doppelganger could even be your evil twin. However, the most commonly held belief is that seeing a double will bring bad luck in some way or other. For example, some people say that if you spot your friend's doppelganger, it may be a sign of future illness. And what about meeting someone who looks and acts like you? Some believe it might be an omen of death. So if you have just seen your doppelganger, watch out.
Unit 1, page 22, exercises 2 and 4.
The Bible says, "A good name is more desirable than great riches." And parents have always struggled to find the perfect baby name. But is a person's name really so important? I and many other sociologists believe that our names are at the heart of our identity. They can indicate whether we are male or female, where we're from, and they can also influence how other people perceive us. Over the past few decades, baby names have become more and more unusual. In 2010, an American psychology professor decided to investigate this growing trend. He examined the names belonging to 325 million American babies born between 1880 and 2007. First, he discovered that traditional baby names have become increasingly unpopular since the 1950s. Second, he noticed that lately millennial parents, or those born after 1980, have been inventing unique baby names, or they've been spelling common ones in a completely new way. Interestingly, this phenomenon hasn't only affected English-speaking countries. These trends have been spreading worldwide. In Japan, between 2004 and 2013, Japanese parents created unique names for their babies by combining traditional Chinese characters with unusual pronunciations. And researchers found that in one German town, 77% of the babies studied had been given names unlike any other baby born in the same year. So why have so many common names disappeared from birth certificates? According to psychologists and sociologists, one of the reasons for this is a growing trend towards individualism. Parents want their children to have a special name to help them stand out from the crowd. This is particularly true in areas where economic conditions have significantly improved. In general, wealthy people tend to be more self-assured, but they're also less likely to want to conform. Could a name actually determine a person's path in life? What are the implications for all these children with unique names? One study found that people with names which are easily pronounced are often seen as more conscientious and reliable, so they tend to find better jobs. Another study showed that a name can influence a person's love life. On online dating sites, people who have unique names seem to be more unpopular. Some countries have decided it is necessary to regulate names in order to protect children. In France, the first name Nutella has been banned. In Italy, judges have changed children's names on several occasions because they were considered to be embarrassing or inappropriate. And Icelandic parents can only choose a name if it has been approved by the government and is given on an official register.
Unit 1, page 26. Exercise 2.
Multicultural Britain. After World War II, migration was encouraged to fill British jobs. Many workers were brought on ships from Jamaica in 1948. During the 1950s and 1960s, the foreign-born population grew to 6.4%, making Britain increasingly multicultural. At first, immigrants came from Ireland and Commonwealth countries, such as India or the Caribbean, then later from EU countries. In 2017, there were 1 million Polish nationals in Britain. What is Britishness? In a recent survey of the residents in England, 82% identified as British, and 80%, particularly older people, identified as English. This is the exact opposite of Wales, where the Welsh identity was strongest for young people. In Scotland, over 80% of all age groups identified strongly as Scottish. Nationalism has increased recently, and there are political parties in Scotland and Wales that would like independence. As well as a strong national identity, in Wales, 20% of people speak Welsh, and Gaelic is spoken in Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Unit 1, page 26. Exercises 4 and 5. Mariam.
My parents came to London from Pakistan when they were teenagers. Then they moved to Northern England. I was born in Leeds and have 3 brothers and sisters. We speak Urdu at home. I would classify myself as a British Asian. I faced quite a lot of racism growing up. White, black and Asian kids tended to stick together in their own groups. I think that Britain is changing fast and has lost its sense of Britishness. It's obsessed with consumerism, but unemployment is rising and families are breaking down. I'm proud to be British and I wouldn't want to live anywhere else, but I also worry about my future.
Bryn.
I'd definitely say I'm Welsh, not British, but I'm not sure about Welsh independence. I think it would have too many economic disadvantages. I live in North Wales, and my friends and family and I are all Welsh speakers. My mum comes from Cardiff, where English is the main language, so we usually speak English at home. I think Welsh people have a distinct identity. Even if I have to move to London for work, I'd like to come back to Wales and have a family here one day, as I'd want my children to go to a Welsh school. I want to support the Welsh language and culture.
Tilly.
I've been living in Brighton for uni, but I'm from Derby. I get on well with international students. My best friend, Ola, is Polish. I consider myself to be British, then European, then English. My grandparents identify as English. They love the Queen and always talk about how Britain was better in the past. I disagree. I feel that Britain is just a small island, so it has to unite with the rest of the world. In my view, Britishness means being free to be yourself, whatever your identity might be. I have always been proud of how open-minded and accepting British people are, but I'm concerned that that is changing. I blame the rise in populist politics.
Jay.
I grew up in East London, but I went to uni in Oxford. My grandfather came over from Jamaica in the 1960s. I definitely feel British and English. When I visited relatives in Jamaica, I felt like a foreigner. I'm quite worried about the economic situation in the UK, though. There is a real divide between rich and poor people now. In fact, I don't think I'll ever be able to buy a house. Despite that, I'm proud to be British. I think the British theatre, film and music industries are incredible. I'm a musician, and thankfully the arts aren't biased. You've either got talent or you haven't.
Unit 1, page 27. Exercises 4 and 5.
I didn't know you're left-handed. Have you ever experienced any problems being left-handed?
Speaking from personal experience, it can feel like I live in a world which belongs more to right-handed people. I always need to buy special equipment.
Can you think of a time when you felt unconscious bias against you from others?
I haven't had any bad experiences with it. On the contrary, most people tell me how intelligent or imaginative I must be because Leonardo da Vinci was a left-handed genius. On the whole, I've found that people have judged me more positively because of it.
When you were little, did you ever try to use your right hand instead?
No, I didn't. But I was quite young when the YouTube app was first launched. Do you know that at first, about 5 to 10% of the uploaded videos were upside down? This is because the app designers only thought about right-handed users. It wasn't compatible with left-handed people like me who rotate our phones the other way to record videos. I'm guessing you've never thought about that either if you are right-handed.
You're right, but I'll certainly be more aware of it from now on.
Unit 2, page 28. Exercise 1.
Do you love or hate horror films? Here's why. Horrors evoke strong emotions in people. Some people think they're fabulous, and others find the blood and violence completely appalling. For the lovers of the genre, the shock and suspense are exhilarating, and for those with a dark sense of humour, they can even be hilarious. For the haters, a film they watched in the past probably left them feeling disgusted or absolutely petrified. Our preferences might have something to do with what happens to our bodies while we watch a horror film. The brain believes what it sees, so terrifying images can cause astonishing physical reactions. Hearts race, skin temperature drops, palms sweat, and blood pressure increases. This is also true to a lesser extent for exciting action scenes with stunning special effects or thrilling cliffhangers. This emotional rollercoaster ride is all thanks to the hormones adrenaline and dopamine. For some people, this is a dreadful experience that leaves them emotionally exhausted for days. Researchers found that for the others, choosing to actively expose themselves to frightening things actually produces good stress, one which helps reduce real-life anxieties and makes them more resilient. It can even give them a stronger immune system. And what happens to us when we watch dramatic or tragic films, such as Schindler's List? Psychologists at Oxford University have found that watching films which make you cry actually releases endorphins, which increase your tolerance for pain and leave you feeling closer to the people you're with. How extraordinary is that? So, next time you're deciding what film to watch, think carefully about the genre.
Unit 2, page 28, Exercise 2.
Good.
Fabulous. Extraordinary.
Bad.
Appalling. Dreadful.
Exciting.
Exhilarating. Thrilling.
Impressive. Beautiful.
Stunning.
Funny.
Hilarious.
Scared.
Petrified.
Surprising.
Astonishing.
Tired.
Exhausted.
Sad.
Tragic.
Unit 2, page 29, Exercise 5.
Exhausted. Exhaust. Exhausting.
Appalled. Appall. Appalling.
Exhilarated. Exhilarate. Exhilarating.
Disgusted. Disgust. Disgusting.
Petrified. Petrify. Petrifying.
Astonished. Astonish. Astonishing.
Thrilled. Thrill. Thrilling.
Stunned. Stun. Stunning.
Pleased. Please. Pleasing.
Amazed. Amaze. Amazing.
Worried. Worry. Worrying.
Unit 2, page 29, Exercises 2 and 3.
Hi guys! Now, if you're anything like us, you probably thought the Harry Potter films were totally fabulous as a kid.
I still do, Si, but I've got to say that I found the books even more exhilarating than the films.
Good point. I read the last one, The Deathly Hallows, from cover to cover in only 3 days. It was exhausting, but I just couldn't put it down.
It's a classic. But we're not here to talk books, are we, Si? We're here to tell you what we think about the play we've just seen.
That's right. I work at a theatre at weekends, and I was stunned when they gave me 2 tickets to see the big box office hit. Harry Potter and the Cursed Child.
In London's West End! Oh, can you believe it? I was thrilled when you found out about it.
Me too. The London production we saw has already won an amazing 9 awards. So, what did you think of the play, Nina?
I really liked the way it was set 19 years after the end of the last book. The play is still about Harry, but it also follows his son, Albus Severus Potter, who's about to attend Hogwarts. I thought all the new characters were absolutely great. As for the performance, well, I thought that the acting was extraordinary.
I agree. I was really pleased that the play talks about important issues such as bullying, friendship, and identity.
And then there were these astonishing special effects which could only be described as pure magic, especially since they can't use CGI like in the films.
Good choice of adjective, Nina.
I know, isn't it? But how did Harry's son manage to do that thing with the...
Shh! Spoiler alert! See you!
Unit 2, page 32, exercises 2 and 3.
Hi everyone. Spoiler alert. Today on our podcast, we're going to talk about what we think about spoilers.
Nowadays, we're used to being able to choose when we watch a series thanks to on-demand TV. And we've got used to 24-hour internet access and social media, so we can follow live tweets and read online summaries to keep up with TV shows. But it used to be very different in the past, didn't it?
Yep. Streaming sites like Netflix didn't used to exist 20 years ago. In those days, you wouldn't miss a program because it used to be really difficult to catch up on old episodes, not like today.
If you missed something, you would have to ask your friends what had happened, and they would share the plot details with you.
You're right. When I was younger, I used to do lots of binge-watching of series at the weekends, so I would get really angry when people discuss spoilers at school. Do you think it's okay to talk about things someone hasn't seen or read yet?
I think it depends on how much time has passed. When the last season of Game of Thrones was on, my friends and I would discuss the episodes after we'd watched them. But this girl used to cover her ears and shout, "Spoiler alert!" every time because she hadn't seen them. We didn't want to ruin it for her, but it was annoying. Then we discovered she hadn't even finished watching season 1 yet. You can't expect people to stay quiet about a season that finished ages ago. Can you believe that some people have even started complaining about spoilers in film trailers?
That's hilarious. Trailers are specially designed to show you what's going to happen in the film.
I know. I actually think that spoilers help me enjoy things more, and I'm not alone. I came across an article about an experiment conducted by San Diego's psychology department. In 2011, 30 subjects were given 12 short stories to read by authors such as Agatha Christie. Some stories were in their classic form, and the others had extra spoiler paragraphs at the beginning, which explained the ending. And do you know which stories the majority of readers liked best? The ones with spoilers.
How astonishing! Surely the element of surprise is an important one, especially with thrillers. Why did they want to know the ending in advance?
Well, the man who led the research project said that spoilers actually prepare us for plot twists and increase our understanding of a story. That way we can focus better on the deeper meaning and characters. Think about it. We all know the story of Romeo and Juliet, but that doesn't make the ending any less tragic, does it?
My brother does that with horror films. He looks up the plot before he watches it so that he can concentrate on the story instead of feeling petrified.
The love of spoilers is catching on. More and more people enjoy checking them out online. Personally, I believe that a well-written story will always be amazing, even if you know how it's going to end.
Unit 2, page 36. Exercise 2.
Do people still read books for pleasure? Apparently, 27% of American adults have not read a single book in the past year. Fortunately, the Pew Research Center has revealed that reading is still popular with American teens. In their report, 77.7% of teens said they had read at least one book a month for pleasure outside of school. Half of the teens said they regularly discussed books with friends and considered themselves avid readers. 84% of them had been to a public library, and 61.3% had borrowed a book in the last year. Most teens, 63.5%, had bought books from shops, and 40.2% had bought them online. Finally, 3 out of 4 teens had chosen an inspirational book because an adult had recommended it to them. The main book formats preferred by U.S. teens were print, 98%, e-books, Kindle, etc., 29.4%, online, 16.4%, on mobile phones, 13.5%.
Unit 2, page 36. Exercises 4 and 5.
We're celebrating World Book Day on the 23rd of April by taking a look at reading habits. Reading has had a lot of negative press in the last few years. Public libraries lack funding, hundreds of bookshops have closed down, and the number of people reading for pleasure has been steadily decreasing since the 1980s. In the UK, according to a study by Book Trust, 45% of Britons prefer watching TV to reading a book. The survey also found that people with better economic conditions read books more often and found a link between low quality of life and a lack of interest in reading. Nearly a fifth of British adults surveyed said they never read any books at all. These people tended to come from poor areas and were most likely to be male, under 30, with few qualifications and low levels of happiness. Book Trust also found that 64% of British 18 to 30-year-olds thought that the internet and computers would replace books in 20 years' time, and 56% of them said they preferred using the internet and social media to reading books, seeing print as something that belonged to an older generation. Along with technology, modern lifestyles seem to be a problem where reading is concerned. In a survey of 2,000 British adults, 2/3 said they'd like to read more, but nearly half of them admitted they were too busy. This could be the reason why audiobooks have become increasingly popular in the last few years. In the USA, nearly 1 in 5 people listen to audiobooks, and it is likely that the number will increase in the future. Audiobooks are perfect for busy people, as they can be enjoyed while travelling or working out in the gym. Over 1/3 of the people in the survey said they didn't read because they didn't know which books to choose, and 1/4 said they would read more if they had good recommendations from others. Reading associations agree that finding the right book or genre is the most important thing for getting back into reading for pleasure. Surveys show that readers aged 15 to 24 are almost twice as likely to enjoy reading fantasy and adventure books, and as many as 59% said they loved reading science fiction. Thankfully, there is a lot of positive data surrounding young people and reading for pleasure. At a public library in California, the number of teenagers coming into the young adult section has increased tenfold in 5 years. A librarian there believes that e-books have actually helped attract teens back to reading print books in libraries. Exhilarating book series such as Game of Thrones, The Hunger Games and Artemis Fowl, which appeal to both genders, have also helped instill a love of reading in teens. All this research confirms that the concept of reading for pleasure is evolving. People are as hungry as ever for thrilling stories, but not just in traditional print format, also as audiobooks or on tablets, e-readers or phones.
Unit 2, page 37, exercises 4 and 5.
Did you used to read lots when you were younger?
Yes, I did. I still love reading now.
Me too. I often listen to audiobooks on the way to school.
Really? I prefer reading print books. A few years ago, I was in a book club at school. We would meet once a month at lunchtime and talk about books we'd just read with each other. At one point, I was reading a new book every week. Can you believe it?
Wow, that's amazing. What kind of books did you read?
Mainly fantasy. I couldn't do that now, unfortunately. I've got too much schoolwork.
What a shame. Were there any books that you didn't enjoy reading at book club?
Yeah, there were a few of them. I'll never forget the time we had to read The Lord of the Rings. At first, I was thrilled because I love the genre, but the book was enormous and the language was so old-fashioned that I only managed to read the first 2 chapters. When we got to book club, I was the first person who was asked to speak about it. I was petrified because I just found out that we were being interviewed for a podcast for World Book Day.
Oh, that sounds fabulous.
Oh, it was terrifying, more like. I had to pretend I'd read it.
So, what you're saying is you hadn't read the book and they recorded you pretending to know what it was all about?
That's right. Anyway, as you can imagine, it was an appalling situation to be in. I thought I'd done okay because I'd seen the films, and so I knew the plot and characters pretty well. But then they asked me what I thought about the ending. I didn't realise that they had changed it in the film.
Oh, no way. You're kidding.
That's when I had to confess that I hadn't been able to finish the book.
Oh, no. You must have felt dreadful.
I did. Luckily, some of the other members admitted that they hadn't finished it either, and we ended up making a really interesting podcast about whether books were better than films. And I got a round of applause for being honest.
Oh, how sweet. I'm glad your story had a happy ending.
Invalsi, Units 1 and 2. Page 41, Exercise 2.
Hello and welcome to the morning debate. Today we're talking about tourism. It's often said that tourism is good for cities, but is that always true? We're waiting to hear your views. And we have Kirsty on line 1. Hi, Kirsty.
Hello. Well, it obviously depends on the city. Every case is different. But I don't think attracting a lot of tourists is necessarily a good thing. I live in Bath in the west of England, and we get huge numbers of sightseers. They're always blocking the pavements and taking photos. The roads are always busy too. Getting around the city by car can take ages sometimes.
But can I just say something here? We often talk about tourists as if they're other people, but haven't you ever been on a city break somewhere and been a tourist yourself?
Well, yes, I have. I mean, I understand why people want to visit Bath. We have Roman remains, beautiful 18th century architecture. Of course, people are keen to come here. I just worry about what will happen if the visitor numbers continue to increase. I wouldn't want the city to lose its character.
John is on line 2. John, what's your view on this?
I just want to say a couple of things. Firstly, I think if you live in an interesting historic city, then you're fortunate and you should be grateful. Presumably you enjoy living there, surrounded by all that beautiful architecture, so why shouldn't other people be allowed to come and see it? And secondly, I'd say that it's a positive thing that tourists are spending money in your city. Don't you think so?
Of course I understand that tourism is good for the economy, if you run a restaurant or a hotel, that is. But if you don't...
Sorry to interrupt, but it isn't only restaurant and hotel owners that benefit from tourism. A lot of the money is invested in other kinds of businesses, and that's good for everyone in the city. Don't you agree?
That may be true, but why should I be happy when my favourite restaurants are closing down and being replaced by tourist traps? Or, more importantly, when it's becoming more and more difficult to find an affordable place to live because the houses and flats are all being rented to tourists. This is becoming an issue in a lot of places now. People who work in these cities can't afford to live there and have to commute.
Yes, absolutely, and this is a problem. But wouldn't the situation be worse if those jobs didn't even exist?
Now let's go to line 3 and...
Invalsi, Units 1 and 2, page 41, exercise 3.
You're listening to College Radio. I'm Max, and today I'm with Leo, who spent the last year travelling around the world entirely overland.
If I could just come in here, Max, it isn't actually possible to go around the world without crossing the sea.
Oh.
I started in London and ended up in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, but I had to take a plane back to London from Brazil. I also had to fly from China to Hawaii and then again from Hawaii to Los Angeles.
Can you guess that I'm not studying geography? But you only used public transport.
That's right. Apart from those flights and the occasional taxi, I travelled entirely by train and bus. I went through 20 countries on 4 continents.
And do you know how many kilometres you covered?
Let's see. It was about 450 kilometres from London to Paris, just over 8,000 kilometres from Paris to Beijing, and then probably another 20,000 around the United States and South America. So overall, I reckon I travelled almost 30,000 kilometres, not including flights.
It sounds incredible.
It was, although it wasn't a luxurious way to travel. In Siberia, it was about minus 20 degrees, which was fine once I was on the train, but not when my train was delayed and I had to wait on the platform.
I can imagine.
And then in the Arizona desert in the US, the bus broke down and we had to wait for 2 hours in 40-degree heat for it to be fixed.
That sounds awful. But it must have been exciting to go off the beaten track.
Sometimes I went more off the beaten track than I'd planned. There was one time in China when I tried to get from Shanghai to the city of Nantong, 2 hours away. About 2.5 hours into the journey, I started to suspect that I might be on the wrong bus.
Oh no, what did you do?
Nothing. I decided to go with the flow and see where I ended up. Another 1.5 hours later, we arrived in the city of Nanjing and I realised my mistake. Actually, Nanjing was a really interesting place, so I didn't mind. I never did get to Nantong, though.
You must have had some amazing experiences.
Loads. The train ride through the Rocky Mountains was awesome. So was seeing the Great Wall of China and trekking in the Andes. In Brazil, towards the end of my trip, I went on a bus journey from Sao Paulo to Rio de Janeiro, and that was really enjoyable too.
The scenery must have been spectacular.
Not especially. We were on the motorway for most of the journey, but I met some great people on the bus. I'd been travelling alone for ages, and I really appreciated their company. I loved seeing beautiful places, experiencing new cultures and trying different kinds of food, but the highlight of the trip was making new friends along the way.
Well, thanks, Leo. That's all we've got time for. Next time...
Can I just add something here? I'd just like to say that listeners can check out my blog if they'd like to know more about my trip.
Sure, we'll add a link to our website.
Oral exam. Units 1 and 2, page 41, exercise 4. 1.
My topic today is the design of cities.
2,
I'm going to talk for about 10 minutes on this subject.
3,
The talk is divided into 3 main parts.
4,
I'll begin by talking about cities in the past.
5,
Then I'll go on to the changing needs of cities.
6,
Finally, we'll take a look at possible future design problems.
7.
There will be time for questions at the end.
Unit 3, page 42, exercise 1.
The Best Jobs in the World competition. 18 to 30-year-olds. Are you looking for a job? Do you enjoy doing paperwork? Would you only like to work indoors? Do you want to leave work at 5 o'clock and never do any overtime? Then this competition isn't for you. We're looking for 6 highly motivated and enthusiastic individuals for incredible positions with flexible working hours. The successful applicants will be offered a job with a 6-month contract and working visa in Australia. The jobs are well paid, with a salary of $100,000. Basic job descriptions. 1. Social media commentator. Based in Sydney, your busy social life will require you to work full-time. You will travel the state, vlogging about concerts and events on social media and doing public speaking at major tourism and PR events. 2. Park ranger. Your duties will include protecting and promoting the native plants and animals, and you'll be in charge of looking after the beaches and checking water temperature in Queensland. 3. Photojournalist. Are you skilled at taking photos and writing? Why not apply for the position of lifestyle journalist for Time Out Melbourne? You'll work long hours, reporting on the nightlife, festivals and other tourist activities. 4. Wildlife caretaker. On Kangaroo Island, you'll need to do manual labour, feeding kangaroos, looking after koalas and swimming with dolphins. This job has also got dangerous working conditions. The ocean is full of great white sharks. 5. Tastemaster. You'll tour the best restaurants, trying breakfasts, lunches and dinners in order to compile our new Good Food Guide. This role will require you to work the night shift sometimes, since you'll work during different periods of the day. 6. Outback adventurer. You will deal with tracking wildlife and exploring the desert area of Central Australia. You must be willing to immerse yourself in the indigenous culture and sleep outdoors in a camp. Candidates can fill out an application online. Please include a CV and a 30-second video which explains why you're the best person to get the job. The closing date is the 10th of April.
Unit 3, page 42, exercise 2. 1.
Be in charge of.
2,
Flexible working hours.
3,
Apply for the position.
4,
Duties.
5,
Paperwork.
6,
Salary.
7,
Manual labour.
8,
Working conditions.
9,
Deal with.
10,
Overtime.
11,
Shift.
12.
Fill out an application.
Unit 3, Page 43, Exercise 4. 1,
Work overtime.
2,
Be offered a job.
3,
Work full-time.
4,
Work long hours.
5,
Get a job.
6,
Work the night shift.
7,
Looking for a job.
8,
Work indoors. Work outdoors.
9,
Do work experience.
10,
A part-time job.
11,
A job interview.
12,
Work for a company.
Unit 3, page 43, Exercises 2 and 3.
Hi there. Sai and I have been arguing about whether it's a good idea to have a job while you're at uni. While I was in school, I was a waitress in a cafe. I used to work long shifts, so I was always exhausted. Work had a negative effect on my studies. That's why it's a no-no for me. But you've got different ideas, haven't you, Sai?
Yeah, I work at the theatre at weekends, and it's great. I mean, it isn't skilled work. I'm in charge of checking tickets and showing people to their seats, but I get to watch loads of plays and concerts for free.
Yeah, that bit's cool. But you never come out with us on Saturday nights. We miss your amazing dance moves.
Aha! It might be bad for my social life, but I've learnt loads of valuable skills, like how to deal with difficult people, problem solving, and working with numbers.
You sound like my dad. I read that the number of teens with a part-time job has fallen by a fifth in the past 5 years.
That might be true, but 8 out of 10 uni students get a job to pay for the high costs of living. You're in the minority. By the way, the student office is looking for an assistant. Why don't you apply?
Are you kidding me? I can't stand paperwork. Boring.
How about dog walking? The job's got flexible hours and there isn't any overtime.
I'm not looking for a job. End of discussion.
Even if it'll help you to prepare for the job market and save money at the same time, what's not to like?
Sai, you're only young once. Student life is meant to be fun. You can be serious and responsible when you're an adult.
Well, I'll remind you of that the next time you complain that you're broke.
Speaking of which, can you lend me a tenner?
What do you guys think? Who do you agree with? Let us know in the comments.
Unit 3, page 44, Exercise 2.
Will artificial intelligence take our jobs? Are you graduating soon? Have you made any plans for your future? Which jobs are you going to apply for? If we look at recent technological advances, we can be sure of one thing. The job market is going to change dramatically in the next few decades. Lots of people are worried that robots will take humans' jobs, but some economists are sure this won't be the case. What's their reason? Primarily because it has never happened before. In the US, there are about 270 categories of jobs, and the only one that has disappeared over the last 50 years because of technology is lift operator. Instead, technology affects how we work. It will change the skills we need and the tasks we have to do. If there is an increase in unemployment, it'll be because humans haven't adapted quickly enough. How will technology alter our way of working? Economist Andrew Scott believes that there are 3 ways of looking at the future with regards to technology and work. Firstly, there's the displacement effect, which means that humans won't do the jobs that a machine can do faster, cheaper and better. Next, there's the productivity effect, which is the idea that technology will make processes more efficient, so employees will just do different types of duties. And lastly, there's the creation effect, which is the idea that technology will actually create new roles within companies, like AI business developers or data detectives. Only the first effect is negative. The second two are actually very positive. It's also important to draw a distinction between jobs and tasks. If a job only consists of manual labour that can be completed by a machine, then it might disappear one day. But in most positions, employees are in charge of several different tasks, many of which can't be easily automated. A robot can remind you that your flight leaves at 9 a.m. or that you're meeting your boss for lunch, but it can't tell you how to prepare for it. Of course, technology keeps getting smarter, but rather than being a threat, some people believe this will improve working conditions. For instance, more people may work from home or have flexible working hours. How can I choose a job that will last? The truth is, there is no job for life, and many jobs of the future probably don't exist yet. However, the types of jobs that aren't going to disappear soon are in the fields of public relations, medicine, technology, and higher education. While robots excel at being consistent, objective, and recalling information, they lack the human abilities of sensitivity or flexibility. Therefore, the better you are at something that a robot can't do, the higher your chances of finding a long-lasting career. So, the key is to learn and develop the right skills, like social skills and creative problem-solving. Which jobs will still be most in demand in the future? In the US, between 2010 and now, jobs in the caring professions have increased by nearly 70%. In our ageing society, there have been a record number of requests for nurses to care for patients in their own homes. Also, the number of positions for sales consultants, drivers, customer service representatives, and chefs have all grown by over 15%. Which ones have fallen? Well, it might be a good time to rethink your career options if you want to work for the postal service, become a factory machine operator, or only do standard office work such as paperwork or data entry.
Unit 3, page 46, exercise 4. 1. You overhear part of a conversation about working in a soup kitchen.
How did you get involved in this project?
Through my family. My dad used to volunteer here and my brother ran the soup kitchen before becoming a full-time chef. Now my cousin manages it all.
Will you be doing it again soon?
Definitely. Helping out in the kitchens is the best decision I ever made. The happiness on the people's faces when we serve dinner is priceless.
2. You hear a chat about a careers fair.
It lasted about 4 hours. They talked about the importance of volunteering to gain work experience, develop skills, build networks, and increase training opportunities.
Wow. Would you recommend it?
Yeah, overall it was very interesting. I particularly enjoyed hearing what people's motivation was for doing it. They'll probably be holding another one in September. I'd go if I were you.
3. You hear a girl talk about helping out at an animal shelter.
I'll definitely be here all day next Sunday. I work long hours because there's loads to do. There are 9 dogs, 6 rabbits and 12 cats in the shelter right now. The cats are more independent, but the dogs really suffer here. For example, this is Loki. He's very shy, but he loves going out, so I'll be taking him for a walk later this evening. I don't know how anyone could abandon a dog like him. It's madness.
4. You hear a recorded voice message.
My name's Rachel Davis and I'm calling about the role of coach at the sports camp. I'd like to help out, but before I apply, I'd like to know a bit more about your organisation and the duties and responsibilities involved. My number is 0755 263 482. I'll be working all afternoon, so I won't be able to answer the phone until 6 p.m. Thank you. Goodbye.
5. You hear a boy talking about tutoring.
I remember myself at their age and how petrified I had felt a few years ago, so I wanted to help others like me.
How are you getting on?
Very well, actually. I was nervous about tutoring 8 15-year-olds, but these last 3 months have been so positive.
And the challenges?
They'll be sitting their GCSEs in 6 months' time, and they'll need lots more help. I'll definitely be giving them some more assignments to practice essay writing.
6. You hear a teenager talking about a girl she is helping.
I was looking for the possibility to volunteer part-time with children, so I applied and was matched with a young girl who was dealing with some big problems at home. I send her text messages throughout the day and we chat on the phone twice a week. Then, every other week, we go on a fun trip. Tomorrow at 5 p.m, we'll be going to the cinema, and this time in 2 weeks, we'll be learning to make Indian food at a cooking class.
7. You hear a boy describing his job at a museum.
I'm very lucky. The museum's in a beautiful historic building, and it's full of fabulous sculptures and paintings. My job is to answer any questions that visitors might have about the artworks. Communication isn't always easy because some of them can only speak Japanese or Arabic, but at least I can get by in German. Sadly, I won't be working there next year as I'll be going to university to study art history.
8. You overhear the end of a job interview.
Next Monday's training session will cover a detailed description of your new role and lots of useful information about what to expect. There'll be some safety demonstrations, and it's also a great opportunity to ask questions. After that, you'll meet the elderly lady who you'll be assisting this month. Maureen, who will be visiting at 7 p.m. that evening, says she can't wait to find out who her new helper will be.
Unit 3, page 47. Exercise 9. Ness.
Madness. Happiness. Busyness.
Illity or itty.
Responsibility. Ability. Opportunity. Possibility. Equality.
Ants.
Independence. Importance.
Shun.
Information. Conservation. Motivation. Description. Relation.
Munt.
Appointment. Enjoyment. Employment. Government.
Unit 3, page 50. Exercise 2.
Is the American dream working? What is the American dream? The term American dream was coined by historian and writer James Truslow Adams in 1931. In his book, Epic of America, he described it as that dream of a land in which life should be better and richer and fuller for everyone, with opportunity for each according to ability or achievement. Today, it is used to describe the ideal that Americans can achieve success and prosperity through hard work. Workaholism. The American nightmare? Some people believe the emphasis on hard work and material wealth has led to a culture of workaholism. A 2014 report estimates that the average full-time worker in the USA works 47 hours a week. According to a 2015 survey, only 1 in 5 Americans leaves the office for their daily lunch break, with the majority choosing to eat at their desk. Millions of workers regularly miss their midday meal and rarely take coffee breaks. Workers frequently send emails after work hours. There is no legal requirement for paid annual leave or for paid leave for a new parent. Maternity leave is up to individual employers. Most employees can lose their job at any time for no reason.
Unit 3, page 50, exercises 4 and 5.
Femia is a young American employee who works in Manhattan. She answers work emails during evenings and at weekends, and she panics when she has to use up her 15 days of holiday by the end of June. Femia feels she can't take any time off because she'll miss out on important work, and she isn't alone. The average American worker waits until the last minute to ask for time off, when it's usually too late to organize a holiday. 52% of Americans said they had lost holiday time that went unused in 2017. And while they're on holiday, they feel guilty, so they stay connected with the office and catch up with work on mobile devices. This could be due to the American workaholic culture. Companies are concerned that employees who take time off won't be able to keep up with their workload. The U.S. Travel Association has found that 28% of workers choose not to take paid leave in order to show dedication to their employers. Another 40% say the extra stress when they get back from holiday means it just isn't worth it. Another study found that in 1 year, only 15% of Americans were planning to take a real holiday. 33% said they couldn't afford one. 30% said they were just too busy, and 22% said they were only planning a long weekend. It comes as no surprise, then, that 83% of American employees are feeling stressed out. Studies have shown that workers need to rest, and that they'll actually be more productive if they have a real holiday. Take Back Your Time is an organization which wants to decrease the number of unused vacation days by 20% in 2 years. President John DeGraff thinks that workers don't take holidays due to fear. Since the economic crisis in 2008, people have been petrified that they'll lose their jobs, creating a culture where people are fighting to survive. A few companies are starting to change. Employees who work for Stayful don't need to ask for leave anymore. They just fill in a team calendar. Another U.S. company, Evernote, introduced unlimited paid leave and even offered employees a bonus of $1,000 if they traveled abroad. But it ended when the press found that the CEO of Evernote hadn't taken any holiday himself. Change needs to start at the top. CEOs should take time off and encourage managers to do the same. Employers have to demonstrate to workers that holidays are acceptable, beneficial, and fun.
Unit 3, page 51, exercises 3 and 4. 1.
Do you ever get wet even though you have an umbrella? The trouble with regular umbrellas is that they aren't big enough, and if it's windy, the rain will often come in underneath. I use the Goggles umbrella to stay dry. Unlike regular umbrellas, the Goggles umbrella is long and will cover your head and shoulders so you won't get wet. On top of that, it has a transparent window so you can see where you are going and get around easily. The benefit of the Goggles umbrella is that it's very light because it's made of PVC. It comes in 4 fun colours, including bright yellow, so it's perfect for a rainy day in the city. At only €40, why not buy one for you and your bestie?
2. I love cycling. and I always wear a helmet, but I often see lots of other cyclists on the roads who aren't wearing one. So why do so many cyclists refuse to wear helmets, even though they are risking their lives? The main reason is that a bike helmet is difficult to transport, because it takes up a lot of space and doesn't fit easily into bags or backpacks. That's why I invented this foldable helmet. It's similar to a standard helmet, but it is flexible, so it can become almost totally flat, making it very easy to carry around. In fact, it's perfect for students or commuters. Another advantage of this helmet is that it's made of a special kind of plastic that is light but just as strong as a traditional helmet, so it meets general safety requirements in the US and Europe. Since more people are cycling than ever before, there will probably be more accidents too. At €150, this innovative helmet is worth investing in and will save thousands of lives.
Unit 4, page 52. Exercise 1.
How does your diet compare with the blue zones? The blue zones are the 5 places in the world where people live the longest, healthiest lives. Their residents often live for 90 years or more, and they have low rates of heart disease and cancer. So what do their lifestyles have in common? They live in hilltop villages where they have to walk a lot. They also spend lots of time with family, friends, and members of their community. They sleep for 8 to 10 hours and get up with the sun. Many have afternoon naps or siestas. But perhaps most importantly, their diets are also very healthy. See how yours compares. What percentage of your diet is plant-based? The Blue Zone diet is 95% plant-based. It includes lots of fruits, such as pomegranates, fresh or frozen vegetables, such as sweet potatoes, lots of beans and legumes, such as chickpeas, and olive oil. How much meat and fish do you eat? In blue zones, fish is eaten 3 times a week. This includes white fish, such as cod, or oily fish, such as anchovies. A little meat can be eaten once or twice a week, but deli meat, such as ham, is usually avoided. How often do you eat eggs or dairy products? Blue Zone diets don't include much cow dairy. Instead, goat's cheese is preferred, with no more than 3 eggs a week. What do you have for your afternoon snack? In blue zones, residents usually snack on fruit or nuts like almonds or walnuts. What's a typical breakfast for you? Residents in blue zones eat bread made with whole grain flour and honey. They might also enjoy a bowl of warm oatmeal porridge, but they avoid cereal that is full of sugar. What do you usually drink? Blue Zone residents usually drink more than 6 glasses of water a day and enjoy coffee and unsweetened herbal tea or green tea. They never have soft drinks.
Unit 4, page 52. Exercise 2. 1.
Oatmeal porridge.
2.
Deli meat.
3.
Cod.
4.
Unsweetened herbal tea.
5.
Sweet potatoes.
6.
Goat's cheese.
7.
Chickpeas.
8.
Almonds.
9.
Pomegranates.
10.
Walnuts.
11.
Anchovies.
12.
Whole grain flour.
Unit 4, page 53. Exercise 4.
Blue Zone meal ideas. Breakfast. Porridge. Heat some sheep's milk in a pan and add oatmeal when it's hot. Stir for 5 minutes with a wooden spoon and top with honey or pomegranate seeds. Morning snack. Slice some fresh fruit and eat it with walnuts or almonds. Lunch. Healthy salad. Chop tomatoes and fresh onion into small pieces. Add chickpeas and anchovies and flavour with salt and olive oil. Afternoon snack. Melt a slice of goat's cheese onto whole grain bread. Dinner. Put lemon juice and olive oil onto some cod. Bake it in the oven for 15 minutes. Boil some sweet potatoes in salted water for 20 minutes. Then serve with a green salad.
Unit 4, page 53, exercises 2 and 3.
Hi guys! I love eating healthy foods like chickpea curries, pomegranates and walnuts. The problem is, I also love desserts. I've got a real sweet tooth. What are these dirty dishes and a rolling pin doing in the sink?
I've been making chocolate biscuits.
Oh no, Sai's really good at baking. And it smells delicious.
I've just taken them out of the oven. Watch out, the baking tray's still hot. I'm going to decorate them now.
What are you topping them with?
I'm melting chocolate in this saucepan. Then I'm going to slice some almonds. Next, I'm going to toast them in this frying pan.
Where did you learn to bake, Sai?
By watching the Great British Bake Off. It's a passion of mine. I never miss an episode.
That's my parents' favourite TV show.
Once, there was this 17-year-old contestant called Martha Collinson. She did really well in the competition, and that inspired me to try baking too.
So, tell us how you made the mixture. How much sugar is in it?
None. I just stirred 225 grams of butter, 100 grams of honey, and 225 grams of whole grain flour with 5 tablespoons of cocoa powder in a bowl. Oh, and I added my own secret ingredient, half a teaspoon of sea salt.
Can I have one, please?
No, Nina! Hands off. These aren't for you. I made them for a friend. Maybe you should watch the Great British Bake Off. Then you might learn how to bake too.
What? Are you challenging me to a bake-off? I'll show you who's the real master chef here. My oatmeal goat's cheese pancakes are the best.
I think I'll be getting a Chinese takeaway tonight.
Prepare to eat your words, Sai.
The competition is on. See you later.
Unit 4, page 54, exercise 2.
Hey teens, are you sleep deprived? Why can't we get to sleep earlier? Could you fall asleep before 11 p.m. every night last week? If you answered negatively, then you're a normal teenager. Scientists believe that biology could be responsible for typical teenage sleep patterns. At night, our bodies produce melatonin, a hormone which makes us feel sleepy. In most adults, it's released around 10 p.m., but many teens only produce it after midnight. This might be exacerbated by behaviour such as staying up late, playing computer games, or using phones. This is one reason why doctors say we mustn't look at screens just before bedtime, as they can stimulate our brains and delay the release of melatonin. Should school start later? Can you wake up easily every morning? At a recent conference on adolescence and sleep, experts succeeded in making convincing arguments to support the idea that secondary schools should start later to allow teens more time in bed. One professor of psychology argued that students' performance gradually improves as the school day progresses. In addition, she said that secondary school students tend to be more alert and active in classes that are held later in the day. In fact, most teenage students are able to do much better on cognitive tests if they are given in the afternoon. For this reason, more and more schools are delaying the start of their classes so that students will be able to sleep longer. What are the dangers of deprivation? Dr. Wendy Troxell believes teens should sleep more because tiredness can affect the areas of their brain which control emotional processes and risk-taking. This means that sleep-deprived teens could suffer from behavioural problems and depression. Chronic tiredness can also have disastrous consequences. A senior traffic safety researcher found that about 25% of teen drivers said they had nearly fallen asleep while driving. Did you know that driving after less than 4 hours sleep a night is equivalent to being twice over the legal alcohol limit? What can we do to sleep better? We have to sleep well to repair and maintain our brain cells. But what if you're wide awake when you should be sleeping? Well, positive sleep habits are key. Firstly, you mustn't have caffeine after 2 p.m. Have a light, healthy meal in the evening. Avoid fried foods and sugar. You can listen to quiet music, but you should turn off your electronic devices by 9 p.m. You shouldn't nap during the day, and don't look at your alarm clock during the night if you can't sleep. If you really aren't tired, you don't have to worry. A cup of herbal tea, deep breathing or meditation can help you calm down, rest, and fall asleep before you know it.
Unit 4, page 56, Exercise 1. 1.
Be on cloud 9.
2.
Make someone's day.
3.
Feel blue.
4.
Be over the moon.
5.
Be down in the dumps.
6.
Cheer someone up.
7.
Feel chilled out.
8.
Feel like something is the end of the world.
Unit 4, page 56, Exercise 4. 1.
Sometimes when I feel angry, I realise that I may actually just be hungry. Nowadays, people call this being hangry. I've noticed that if I have something to eat as soon as I start feeling annoyed with everyone, I immediately feel better and more chilled out. Now, I always carry a snack with me just in case. Usually some whole grain crackers or some nuts like almonds. In fact, I might have an afternoon snack right now.
2.
I've stopped going online so much. I was always comparing myself to other people. I would look at photos on social media and think, they have such nice clothes, they must be rich, or they always look like they're on cloud 9. They can't possibly have any problems. And I would be obsessed about how many people had liked my posts. If a friend didn't like or comment, I'd think, oh, they must be ignoring me, instead of thinking they might have turned off their phone or that they could be offline.
3.
Whenever I'm feeling blue, I like to go outside. I usually just go for a walk, but once a week I like to run or jog. The sunshine and fresh air can really help clear my head, and the exercise helps me stay fit. Walking might not have been a favourite hobby of mine a few years ago, but it is now. I particularly love walking in the countryside, and when I spot some wildlife, it makes my day.
4.
How well I'm doing at school really affects my mood. If I get a good mark in an exam, I feel over the moon afterwards. But if I get a bad mark, it can feel like it's the end of the world. And I start thinking about how I should have studied more, or I remember all the things I ought to have said or done. I find that if I talk to my brother or my best friend about it, it helps cheer me up.
5.
If I wake up feeling down in the dumps, I know I can't have slept enough and that I must have gone to bed too late. When I'm exhausted, I get headaches and I'm really moody. I can survive at school on little sleep, but I don't do my best work. I only had 6 hours sleep last night, and I think I may have just failed my maths test. When I get 8 hours of sleep, I usually wake up refreshed and in good spirits.
Unit 4, page 60, Exercise 2.
An epidemic of non-communicable diseases. What are NCDs? Non-communicable diseases are those that cannot be passed between people, for example, cancer, diabetes, genetic disorders, and heart disease. Risky lifestyle choices could increase the risk of dying of an NCD. These include tobacco smoking, an unhealthy diet, a lack of physical activity, and excessive alcohol use. Up to 80% of heart diseases, over a third of cancers, strokes, and type 2 diabetes might be prevented by eliminating these factors. Are NCDs currently covered by the NHS? The National Health Service, NHS, was launched in the UK in 1948. One of its core principles is the belief that good healthcare should be available to everybody, free of charge, with the exception of some treatments such as prescriptions, optical services, and dental services. According to recent research done by the WHO, NCDs cause an estimated 89% of deaths in the UK.
Unit 4, page 60, Exercises 4 and 5.
Hello and welcome to Breaking News. This week, the House of Lords debated whether the NHS should pay for the treatment of preventable NCDs. With me today is MP Amy Jones. Ms Jones, welcome to the programme.
Good afternoon.
What can you tell us about NCDs in the UK?
Around 40% of early deaths are linked to unhealthy lifestyle choices made by the individual. I think the number one problem today is alcohol abuse. We estimate that about 10.8 million adults in England are regularly drinking too much, and this is costing the NHS around £3.5 billion a year. Smoking tobacco is another huge issue. Annually, it is responsible for around 80,000 premature deaths and costs the NHS about £2 billion.
What about obesity?
Doctors believe that more than 1 in 20 cancers could be linked to being very overweight. Currently, the UK spends more on treating health problems linked to obesity than it does on the police and firefighters combined.
Really? Why is there so much obesity in the UK?
Mainly because of a lack of awareness. It's common for families to have lots of soft drinks and fattening food, like takeaway chicken and chips, with hardly any vegetables. These families could start making small improvements to their eating habits. Potatoes could be baked or boiled. Olive oil could be used instead of butter. And whole grain could replace white bread. Physical inactivity also plays a big role.
Right. How do NCDs affect the NHS?
The NHS is struggling financially. I'm worried that the growing number of patients with NCDs might lead to the end of a free health service. Some businesses claim the NHS should be privatised and think we ought to introduce a system like the American one, where people have to pay for healthcare. Some MPs are even suggesting that patients shouldn't receive free treatment if their illness is caused by smoking, alcohol and drug abuse, a bad diet, lack of exercise or dangerous sports.
Do you think some people should pay for their healthcare?
No, I don't. However, the NHS Constitution requests the public to have some control over their health and well-being. Individuals should feel responsible for their choices, and they have to work together with the NHS if they want it to remain free of charge.
What are you suggesting?
I think the last government should have invested more in promoting healthy lifestyles. Young people have to be informed about the causes of NCDs. I think schools, especially, should educate students about the importance of looking after their bodies and minds.
Great idea. Thank you.
Unit 4, page 61, exercises 3 and 4. 1.
Ms. Wilson, can I ask you for some advice?
Sure, go ahead.
I've been studying for the exams day and night for the last 2 months, but I don't feel like I'm absorbing any information anymore. I just keep reading the same paragraph over and over again. What do you think I should do?
You sound like you're physically and mentally exhausted. You need to make sure you spend some time relaxing every day.
Would you suggest studying less?
Not necessarily. My advice would be to make a study schedule that includes a 20-minute break for every hour of study, and make sure you get up and move around during your break. I think you should also try to get some fresh air, because it can really help you clear your head and remember things.
That sounds like a good idea. I'll give it a try.
2.
I'm so worried about my exams. I lie awake in bed every night thinking about how much I still have to study. Then I find it really difficult to fall asleep. What would you do if you were me?
If I were you, I'd try to chill out a little bit before bed. Have you tried drinking a cup of herbal tea in the evening?
No, I haven't. I usually have cola while I'm studying. It helps me concentrate.
You shouldn't drink fizzy drinks before bed because they've often got caffeine in them, as well as loads of sugar. You really ought to drink plenty of water instead. Have you thought about doing some physical activity to release stress?
Not really. I usually just watch videos on my phone.
You could try going for a walk or a jog, or doing some yoga. Regular exercise is actually supposed to improve your memory.
That's really helpful. Thanks. I'll give it a go.
In Valsi, Units 3 and 4, page 65, exercise 2. Speaker A.
When I left school, I was keen on art, so I jumped at the chance to work as an assistant in an art gallery. I didn't exactly feel challenged. Nowadays, I work with a firm of designers. They opened a shop near my home, which was an added bonus as it takes me 10 minutes to drive there, as opposed to almost an hour in the past. I certainly don't miss being stuck in traffic every morning. I work the odd evening or weekend if I'm needed.
Speaker B.
Well, a job wouldn't suit me if it didn't involve computers or programming languages in a big way. I've always worked in this field in one role or another. I set up my own business last year. I'm what you might call a PC doctor. I could find myself working at any time, but strangely enough, this is quite a plus. Even though I'm on standby, I meet up with old friends when I'm free during the day, or even go to the gym when it's quiet.
Speaker C.
I was told that the route to roles in hotel management started with restaurant work, though personally I found it hard going, long hours and little chance of promotion, which didn't exactly motivate me. Anyway, I work as a receptionist now at a conference centre in the countryside, not too far from home. I discovered after only 1 week into the job that it's part of a worldwide chain, and there are plenty of chances for staff exchanges, so I'll get to use my language skills.
Speaker D.
When I left university, people thought I would just walk into my family's business, but I had other ideas involving foreign travel and adventure. I started working for an international bank, but things turned out to be a bit slow, so I did end up joining the family business after all. Dad offered to pay for a college course in Spanish as we buy a lot of our supplies from South America. I'm living at home, which is saving me a fortune on rent and bills.
Speaker E.
I'm an estate agent and our office is in the centre of town. I feel really comfortable working there and can't imagine being anywhere else. I wasn't always in the property business. I started out in sales. I worked in a huge shopping centre and had targets to meet every week. That led to competition between staff and I realised that it wasn't for me. Anyway, now I'm much happier and with the inside knowledge I got here, I was able to buy my first home.
In Valsi, Units 3 and 4, page 65, Exercise 3.
Hello, and welcome to the programme. Now, if you're like me, you know you should work out, but you don't. People say, "Have you tried running?" And it sounds easy, but there just aren't enough hours in the day. My guest today is fitness instructor Paul Hawthorne. He's going to explain why a new technique could be the answer. Paul, what should our listeners do if they want to improve their fitness?
You could try walking for 90 minutes a day, but it can be difficult to find the time. Luckily, there's another option, HIIT, spelt H-I-I-T. You might have heard of it.
I have, but I don't really know what it is.
HIIT stands for High Intensity Interval Training. It involves very short periods of intense exercise. So you might cycle as fast as you can on an exercise bike for 20 seconds. You rest for a couple of minutes and then you repeat the process.
And how long should you spend doing this?
That's the good news. Not very long at all. In fact, you may be able to get many of the health benefits of exercise by doing 3 sets of these 20-second workouts 3 times a week. So that's a total of 3 minutes a week.
3 minutes a week? That can't be possible.
I know it sounds too good to be true, but it's based on scientific evidence. Researchers are still investigating why it's effective, but one reason might be that HIIT uses more of our muscle cells. When we walk or run, we use between 20 and 40% of our muscle cells. HIIT activates about 80% of them.
Now, when you talk about the health benefits of exercise, do you mean weight loss?
Actually, no. Losing weight means burning more calories than you eat, and this is surprisingly difficult when exercising. I mean, you need to spend about 3/4 of an hour running at 8 kilometers per hour to burn the calories in just one donut. So controlling your diet is likely to have a much bigger effect on your weight than working out. However, that definitely doesn't mean that we don't need to work out for other reasons. We should all exercise, even if we appear to be slim from the outside. One reason is visceral fat. This is fat deep inside our bodies, around our heart, lungs, and other organs, which can cause serious health problems. It's more dangerous than the fat just under our skin.
And is HIIT more effective than other forms of exercise for eliminating this visceral fat?
It isn't necessarily more effective, but it seems to be as effective, and crucially, it's much quicker. About 2/3 of people don't do enough traditional exercise to stay fit. In some cases, that might be due to laziness or lack of information, but many people just don't have time. HIIT seems to be effective and realistic.
So would you suggest that people like me try HIIT?
If I were you, I'd definitely give it a try. However, it's very intense, so if you have a medical condition, you should see a doctor before you start. Another thing to consider is that people respond differently to exercise, so HIIT might not work for everyone. But then again, it might transform the way you work out forever.
Unit 5, page 66, Exercise 1.
Do you follow the 5 R's of zero waste? If we all reduce our waste to a minimum, we can help combat global climate change together. Zero wasters do their best to follow these 5 R's whenever possible. 1. Refuse. Say no to creating new waste. Avoid picking up card leaflets.
Say no to disposable objects like plastic cutlery or paper cups which you use once, then throw away. Be responsible and become a careful shopper. Ask yourself if you really need something before you purchase or accept it. Supermarket produce often comes with lots of packaging, so get fresh seasonal produce from the local farmers market instead. 2. Reduce. Plastic is a serious environmental problem. It is polluting our oceans and can take 1,000 years to decompose. Each year, Americans alone throw away 100 million plastic shopping bags. Reduce your plastic consumption. Bring your own reusable cloth bags and glass jars with you when you go food shopping. Substitute your normal toothbrush with a sustainable wooden one made of bamboo. It will be less damaging to the environment. Replace liquid detergents with solid shampoo and soap bars to reduce packaging. 3. Reuse. We've got used to throwing old things away. Try not to be careless. Look after your stuff and repair broken objects. If you have to replace something, choose long-lasting materials. For instance, get a reusable metal drinking straw for smoothies. Wrap sandwiches in washable beeswax wraps instead of plastic film or aluminium foil. Avoid buying plastic bottles. Fill a water bottle made of stainless steel with drinkable tap water. Metal, glass and wood items are more ethical and more beautiful than plastic and can be used over and over again. This step doesn't have to be expensive. Upcycle objects you've got. Buy second-hand, swap with friends, or make it yourself. 4. Recycle. Sort rubbish the moment you create it. Make sure you recycle any plastic, paper, glass or aluminium cans that you can't refuse, reduce or reuse. Check recycling laws to ensure you are following your regional guidelines correctly. 5. Rot. All food waste is recyclable. Make a compost system for your organic waste. Find somewhere you can take it, like a community garden near your home, or use your compost to grow your own herbs and tomatoes.
Unit 5, page 66, Exercise 2. 1,
Cloth bag.
2,
Beeswax wrap.
3,
Card leaflet.
4,
Metal straw.
5,
Aluminium foil.
6,
Plastic cutlery.
7,
Glass jar.
8,
Stainless steel water bottle.
9,
Paper cup.
10.
Wooden toothbrush.
Unit 5, page 67, Exercise 4. Able.
Disposable. Responsible. Reusable. Sustainable. Washable. Recyclable.
Full.
Careful. Beautiful.
Less.
Careless. Stainless.
Ul.
Global. Seasonal. Ethical. Regional.
Unit 5, page 67, Exercises 2 and 3.
Hi there! We've just finished the 30-day Zero Waste Challenge. Basically, we had to adopt an environmentally friendly habit every day for a month. For instance, one day we stopped using plastic straws. Another day we concentrated on saving water. Another day we focused on recycling, and so on.
Yeah, I realised just how careless we used to be. We've learnt a lot, haven't we?
Yeah. For example, on the first day, we had to start doing our shopping with reusable bags. From now on, our rule is...
No cloth bags, no food shopping. And on day 2, we had to stop buying disposable water bottles. So I've started using this stainless steel water bottle instead.
On day 14, we had to walk or cycle everywhere. At least that one was easy for us because we haven't got a car.
Right. For some of the challenges, we just needed to be more careful. But it got really tricky towards the end, didn't it, Nina?
Yeah, day 17 was the worst, without a doubt. We had to do zero-waste grocery shopping. Because detergents only come in plastic packaging, we had to make our own washing up liquid and shampoo. I followed this recipe for olive oil shampoo, but it made my hair so oily that I had to wash it 6 times with regular shampoo to get it clean.
Oh yeah, that was funny. The worst one for me was when we had to declutter and donate all our old things to charity. My room's full of boxes of Spider-Man comics and fantasy books. I could never give those away.
And I can't accept that we should only buy second-hand clothes. The trouble is, I love going clothes shopping, even though I know fast fashion isn't ethical.
What about day 3? We had to stop eating fast food because it's got too much packaging. I really wanted fish and chips yesterday, but I didn't order it because it didn't feel like the responsible thing to do.
Ooh, I really fancy fish and chips for dinner now.
In my opinion, it's really hard to go completely zero waste. But this experience has taught us lots about how to make our lifestyles more sustainable.
You're right. I'm a lot more careful now about what I buy. Are you up to our zero waste challenge? If you are, tell us how it's going in the comments. Don't forget to subscribe.
Unit 5, page 68, Exercise 2.
Which of these animals' superpowers would you want to have? The wood frog. If a human's body temperature drops below 22 degrees Celsius, the person probably won't survive. But a wood frog will. It can actually freeze. When winter hits North America, the wood frog digs itself into the icy ground. As soon as it's safe, it freezes its own blood and goes into hibernation. It stops breathing and may seem dead, but it'll wake up again when spring arrives. The sea cucumber. Have you ever been locked out of your house? Did you wish you hadn't forgotten your keys? Well, one creature wouldn't have had this problem. If you'd been a sea cucumber, you would have been able to squeeze under the door. The sea cucumber can transform from a solid into a liquid state to enable it to move between rocks on the seabed. It also has the ability to remove its internal organs in case of emergencies and grow new ones. Pretty incredible, right? The camel. Unless you live in the desert, you probably don't meet a lot of camels. A camel, one of the oldest domesticated animals, can carry up to 450 kilos and walk up to 50 kilometers a day under the boiling sun. Camels can even reach speeds of up to 65 kilometers per hour. Even if food or water is hard to find, a camel won't die. It can lose up to 40% of its body weight and then drink 200 litres in 3 minutes. Camels are also masters of self-defence. They kick and spit green liquid when threatened. But the toughest of all is the tardigrade. Have you ever wondered what would happen to humans if there were an environmental catastrophe? If there were a global disaster, most of us wouldn't survive, but tardigrades would. Tardigrades, also known as water bears, are 1 millimetre long aquatic creatures that move very slowly. They can be found on top of the Himalayas, in Antarctica, and even at the bottom of the ocean. They can survive being heated to 150 degrees Celsius and being frozen to minus 272 degrees Celsius. And they aren't affected by the immense pressure found on the ocean floor either. You would die if you went into outer space without protection, but the tardigrade wouldn't. The radiation and enormous pressure in space still isn't enough to kill it. And even if a tardigrade loses 99% of its water content, it can survive for years in a dehydrated state. What's more, tardigrades can reproduce on their own, and as long as there's some bacteria, plants, or other tardigrades to eat, they won't starve. These really are the most indestructible creatures on Earth.
Unit 5, page 70, Exercise 1. 1.
Drought.
2.
Heatwave.
3.
Monsoon.
4.
Sea level.
5.
Ice cap.
6.
Flooding.
7.
Glacier.
Unit 5, page 70, Exercise 2. 1.
Mild.
Moderate. Not as hot or cold as usual.
2.
Unpredictable.
Uncertain and changeable.
3.
Severe.
Intense or very bad.
4.
Above average.
Higher than usual.
5.
Heavy.
Torrential. Copious.
Unit 5, page 70, Exercises 3 and 4.
There are more than 1,000 World Heritage Sites, and many of them are important tourist destinations. Currently, 31 natural and cultural sites are at risk due to the effects of climate change. Higher temperatures, rising sea levels and extreme weather events, such as monsoons, floods and droughts, could all destroy the Earth's most beautiful and significant sites. The Paris Agreement, a global promise to combat climate change, is trying to limit global warming to below 2 degrees Celsius. However, the latest predictions suggest there could be an increase of 3.2 degrees Celsius by 2100. The more severe climate change gets, the worse the situation looks for UNESCO's treasures, and these 3 sites are greatly at risk. Ilulissat Glacier is on the west coast of Greenland, 250 kilometres north of the Arctic Circle. It is the world's biggest and fastest moving glacier, and one of the few places where polar ice caps meet the sea. Over 250 years of research here have revealed a lot about climate change. The Arctic used to have severe winters, but recently they've become comparatively mild. In fact, the North Pole is warming twice as fast as the global average. As a result of summer heat waves, there is less sea ice in Greenland than there has ever been. As with all polar regions, the ice is becoming thinner and melting faster than ever before. Scientists calculate that if all the ice caps melted in the Arctic and the Antarctic, global sea levels would rise by about 65 metres. Consequently, this would lead to many environmental disasters, such as 275 million people losing their homes due to flooding. Lake Malawi National Park is an area of outstanding natural beauty in southeastern Africa. Lake Malawi has the greatest diversity of freshwater fish in the world. There are over 1,000 species, and more than 350 of these fish only live in this lake. In recent years, water levels have gone down dramatically. This has been partly due to evaporation, because of long periods of above average temperatures. In addition, rainfall has become unpredictable. Therefore, droughts can be longer lasting and more frequent. Since Venice and its lagoon have world-famous landmarks like St. Mark's Square and the Grand Canal, it's a very popular tourist destination. In fact, 20 million people visit the city each year by boat or on foot. However, because water levels have risen by nearly 30 centimetres since the end of the 19th century, Venice has had a lot more flooding in recent years. The worst flood ever recorded was in November 1966, when a severe storm caused huge damage all over northern and central Italy. Even a small rise in sea levels could make Venice disappear forever.
Unit 5, page 74, Exercise 2.
Half of the Great Barrier Reef is dead. Can we still save it? Reefs and microscopic algae that live on the coral depend on one another. The algae provide oxygen and food to the coral through photosynthesis, while the coral provides the algae with a home and the carbon dioxide it needs as a result of its respiration. Mass coral bleaching happens when the ocean reaches above average temperatures. Consequently, the hot water destroys the algae and the coral starves. The Great Barrier Reef covers approximately the same area as Italy. It has been severely damaged in recent years. In 2016, 30% of the coral was lost, and a further 20% was destroyed the year after. The effect of bleaching in the north has given the coral the appearance of a forest after a huge fire. It has become colourless and lifeless, with little chance of recovery.
Unit 5, page 74, Exercises 4 and 5.
Today, I'll be talking to Jeremy Passard, a well-renowned oceanographer who has been researching the Great Barrier Reef for decades. Jeremy, how much of the reef has been destroyed?
A lot. Since 2016, 50% of the Great Barrier Reef's coral has been bleached to death. The southern third of the reef is in good condition, but places like Lizard Island only have 10% of the coral left.
That seems extreme. But is this a worrying trend or just part of a natural cycle?
A bit of both. In nature, reefs are usually affected by severe bleaching once every 27 years. Since the 1980s, this interval has reduced to every 6 years. Even if all is well, it will take a badly damaged reef at least 10 years to recover. As the Great Barrier Reef was bleached for 2 consecutive years, part of it might never fully recover.
But will the reef as a whole survive, do you think?
I'm not sure, to be honest. The burning of fossil fuels has caused global warming, and the Earth's oceans have absorbed about 90% of the heat. Scientists predict that by 2030, 60% of all coral reefs could be bleached, and by 2050, they may all have disappeared. Water will certainly be warmer, and there might not be any living coral in it.
What concerns you most about this?
The fact that corals aren't the only organisms that are dying. Lots of creatures depend on the reef. When coral is lost, lots of tiny creatures, fish and animals which depend on it, will die too. All these creatures are essential to the ecosystem, and coral reefs are important for all countries. Did you know that 1/4 of all fish spend some part of their life cycle on a reef? And other animals come to breed or migrate there too. In some areas of the Great Barrier Reef, the marine ecosystem has completely collapsed and billions of fish have died. If fish disappear, millions of people will starve.
Terrifying. What other effects do the oceans have on humans?
Well, they produce most of the Earth's oxygen. Tiny plants in the water contribute up to 85% of our oxygen supply. Consequently, if we destroy our marine ecosystems, we probably won't have enough air to breathe either.
And what are our governments doing about it?
Unfortunately, they are expanding fossil fuel industries such as coal and wood when they really should be investing in renewable energy and trying to reduce carbon emissions. They're entirely responsible for this situation we're in.
So how can ordinary people help?
They could go on demonstrations which urge governments to find solutions, such as green energy. They could also follow organisations such as Coral Watch. Above all, they need to adopt sustainable lifestyles and use as little carbon as possible.
Unit 5, page 75. Exercises 2 and 3.
I'd like to do something relating to wildlife. I think that biodiversity is extremely relevant today. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. What about doing something with an endangered species like sea turtles? Everyone loves turtles.
That's a good point, but it might be better to do something related to our local area.
You're totally right. I read that there are over 250 species of bees in the UK, but the number of bees is decreasing at a worrying rate. According to Einstein, if bees disappeared off the face of the Earth, humans would only have 4 years left to live. I think we should base our project around bee conservation.
I couldn't agree more. Let's start by holding a stall at our next school fair. We could educate people about the importance of bees and ask local farmers to donate some honey to sell.
I was going to say that. Then we could use the money raised by selling the honey to create a corner in the school garden, especially designed for bees. It could contain bee-friendly plants and flowers. What do you think?
Good point. We could get the whole school involved in doing that, and then we could do regular biodiversity checks for other insects too.
That's exactly what I was thinking. What about the project name? How about a play on words like be good, but spelt with 2 E's?
I'm afraid I'm not so keen on that. How about there'll be no future if we don't save the bees?
The problem with that name is that it's too long. I'd just call it Save the Bees, unless you can think of a better name.
I know. Let's call it Plan B.
Great idea. Plan B would be perfect. I can't wait to get started.
Unit 6, page 76. Exercise 1.
The Science of Studying. 5 ways to boost your memory. Are you worried about remembering lots of information for an upcoming exam? Try these study tips. 1. One thing at a time. Nowadays, everyone talks about multitasking, but it's actually difficult for our brains to cope with multiple tasks at the same time. According to research, you need about 8 seconds to take in information and remember it. This is why if you get distracted by a text message while you're putting your keys down, you'll probably forget where you left them. Instead of multitasking, concentrate on one task at a time. Once you've completed it, move on to the next one. 2. Sleep on it. A lot of students wait until the last minute and then cram the evening before an exam. Cramming works sometimes, but if you do it, don't forget to take study breaks and sleep afterwards. In an experiment, students listened to stories being read out loud. An hour later, those who had relaxed in a dark, quiet room after the story could recall 10 to 30% more information. This is because the mind needs to rest and reflect in order to store a memory effectively. 3. Tricks and techniques. Are some things harder for you to remember than others? When you deal with facts or numbers, does it feel very much as if they go in one ear and out the other? Lots of people rely on these 3 mnemonics or memory devices to help. Acronyms. For example, HOMES, to memorize the Great Lakes, Huron, Ontario, Michigan, Erie and Superior. Rhymes, for example, to remember the number of days in months. 30 days have September, April, June and November.
Songs. To learn something by heart, put the words to music. For example, the ABC song. 4. Engage with it. Research shows that if you simply reread or go through a text and highlight words, it isn't actually the most effective way to learn. It's important to prepare for tests in an active way. Write a summary of what you've read or create mind maps with key information. Quiz yourself or take practice tests so you'll discover what areas you need to focus on. 5. Speak about it. Talk about what you've studied. When you say something aloud in your own words, it's more likely to stay in your memory. So ask a friend for help, take part in class discussions, or get involved in a study group or club. A recent study found that if students simply read out loud, it helped them to remember information. Just don't try it in a crowded library.
Unit 6, page 76, exercise 2. 1,
Go through.
2,
Focus on.
3,
Read out loud.
4,
Say something aloud.
5,
Learn something by heart.
6,
Go in one ear and out the other.
7,
Take in.
8,
Cram.
9,
Get distracted.
10.
Recall.
Unit 6, page 77, exercise 4.
Concentrate on. Cope with. Deal with. Get involved in. Ask for. Take part in. Prepare for. Rely on. Talk about. Worry about.
Unit 6, page 77, exercises 2 and 3.
Hi there. Nina and I have been talking about how things used to be when we were in our last year of school.
I still have nightmares about preparing for my A-levels. I would cram every night before an exam, and then I used to feel too exhausted to recall anything the day after.
And I was really worried about my French exam because there was so much that I had to learn by heart. When I went through the vocabulary, I used to have to read each word aloud at least 10 times before I could remember it.
I didn't do languages at A-level. When I hear foreign words, they just go in one ear and out the other. I studied science instead. I remember I was terrified when my results came. I was really hoping for good enough grades to get a place on our course. I think I wouldn't have got an A-star in psychology if my teacher hadn't believed in me and helped me so much.
Do you remember how you felt when you heard about your results? I was over the moon when I got a place here.
Me too, but I also remember feeling a bit blue. I was at home preparing for uni, and I didn't know if I could survive so far away from my family and friends. But when I got here, I realised that everyone was in the same boat as me. After a couple of weeks, I had found lots of like-minded friends, and I almost forgot I had a family.
So did I. I couldn't get my head around how much independence and freedom I suddenly had.
Yeah. I didn't concentrate on my studies much in the first few weeks, though. I got too distracted by all the socialising and fun.
Yeah, it was hard to take it all in, wasn't it? Do you remember the first week of uni?
Freshers' Week. Of course I do. I took part in cool events, I went to parties, and I met loads of other students.
Yeah. That's when we first met, isn't it? I was in the Students' Union and I couldn't decide which club to get involved in. Then we started chatting, found out we were both studying psychology and signed up for debating society together.
Yes, and we've been arguing about everything ever since.
No, we haven't. We've been debating about everything. Anyway, it's been the best year of my life so far. How's your first year going? Share your experiences with us in the comments.
Unit 6, page 80. Exercises 2 and 3.
Hello, and welcome to Education Now. Today on our programme, we'll be talking about school systems around the world. Journalist Gus Nilsson is joining us in the studio today. Gus, in your opinion, which country has the best education system?
According to the 2015 PISA index, Singapore was considered to be the best. After that came Japan, then Estonia, then Taiwan, followed by Finland. Personally, I think that PISA focuses a bit too much on exam results. I recently found out about a different index called WEFI. I believe it's considerably more interesting than PISA because it assesses a school's ability to prepare young people for the future. According to WEFI, Singapore did a little bit worse, in 7th place. New Zealand and Switzerland have great schools, but Finland's education system is by far the best. One thing is certain, the Finns have by far the most innovative schools.
Is that the reason why they're so famous?
It's one of them. They're also by far the cheapest because everything is free until the age of 16, including school books and meals. The most expensive things aren't always the best. Also, the schools are considered very inclusive, which means that all students take the same classes and are never placed in different classes according to their level of ability. Many people believe this is the reason why the gap between the weaker and stronger pupils in Finland is the smallest in the world, and it's the world's most literate country.
Great. What are lessons like?
They're not subject-based, like traditional ones. Students learn skills such as problem-solving, critical thinking, and collaboration instead. Students move around a lot in class and do lots of group work. There are far fewer pupils in Finnish classes, so this makes teaching much easier. Pupils are encouraged to develop independent study skills, including self-evaluation, so they are aware of their progress and learning process. They're also taught that cooperation is far more important than competition. In fact, classmates all assist each other.
Wow, that sounds fantastic. What other differences are there?
Finnish lessons are slightly longer than normal. They can last up to 75 minutes, but students spend less time in class because they get the most breaks. This means they have lots of time to meet their friends and relax. On top of that, Finnish students have the least homework in the world. In fact, they only study at home for half an hour a day.
Really? What happens when they have exams?
There aren't any exams in primary or secondary school. Finnish students aren't tested on how much they know. Instead, they're graded on the quality of their group projects and presentations, and how well they've taken part in class. Then, at age 16, they can attend upper secondary school if they like. About 90% of Finnish students choose to stay in education. Then, and after 3 years of studies, they take the National Matriculation Exam to get into university.
Thanks, Gus. I imagine they're by far the most relaxed students.
Unit 6, page 80, exercise 4. 1,
Learn.
2,
Find out.
3,
Know.
4,
Teach.
5,
Study.
6,
Attend.
7,
Join.
8,
Take part.
9,
Assist.
10.
Meet.
Unit 6, page 84, exercise 2.
English school examinations. Many say that students in England are by far the most tested pupils worldwide. Children start being assessed in Year 1 of primary school and take standardised national tests in Years 2 and 6. At 16, there are important exams called GCSEs. All students must stay in education until they're 18, when there are more even higher level obligatory exams. The new GCSE exams. The old exams would also assess coursework, and exams could be retaken. As results kept getting better, people complained that they had become too easy. Consequently, new GCSEs were introduced in 2017, with grades that go from 9 to 1, instead of the previous A* to G. They are considerably more challenging and cover much more content. Politicians say that students who take much tougher exams will be far better prepared for the competitive global jobs market.
Unit 6, page 84, exercises 4 and 5.
Statistics about the mental health of British students are very worrying. In the last 25 years, the number of teenagers suffering from anxiety and depression has increased by 70%. The NSPCC, a UK charity which protects children, reported that the number of students who go to hospital for mental health treatment has increased by more than a third in the past 3 years. And in a recent survey, 93% of teachers said they had seen many more cases of mental illness in teenagers, and 90% thought the situation was getting considerably worse. Could this be partly due to exam stress caused by the new GCSEs? Speaking to teachers all over the country, we found out that many of them think that many of their students are suffering from stress-related illnesses. One English teacher said that his Year 11 students were by far the most anxious he'd ever seen them. In the new English GCSE, students are no longer allowed to take literature into the exam. Therefore, they have to memorise 15 poems, 2 novels and a Shakespeare play. This obligation to learn so much by heart is putting students under far more pressure than ever. Like many of his colleagues, the teacher organises extra revision classes during the school holidays to try to help students pass their exams. A history teacher from Norfolk said that the new GCSE was too tough for even the best students. Many of them had developed stress-related illnesses and were concerned that they were not studying hard enough, even though they were in school all day and revising all evening. Instead, the weaker pupils had given up. On the one hand, students are being encouraged to attend relaxation and yoga classes and join stress management groups, which are all organised by schools. On the other hand, because schools want to perform well to get a good place in the league tables, they are pushing their pupils harder and harder. Many students are saying that the last few years have been absolutely horrible. One 16-year-old started suffering from panic attacks and extraordinary anxiety for the first time. He said it was scary to see so many of his classmates crying in lessons because they were terrified about failing. One 16-year-old pupil from Greater Manchester said she was finding the quantity of work difficult to deal with. Like most students, she was studying 10 different subjects with a total of 28 exams. As exams last at least 75 minutes, that adds up to 40 hours of examinations. Another teenage GCSE student told The Guardian she thought that about 50% of her year was suffering from mental health problems and her friends were all unhappy.
Unit 6, page 85, exercises 4 and 5.
Shall we look at some of the pros and cons of the three countries? The good thing about Australia is that it's got by far the best weather, so we'd be able to spend more time enjoying outdoor activities like surfing. Alternatively, in California, we could ski and go to the beach all in the same day. In comparison, the UK has got by far the worst climate. The weather is much wetter and far more changeable, so we'd probably spend most of our time indoors.
Maybe, but one of the major drawbacks of studying in the USA or Australia is the distance. They're so much further away from home than the UK. Another downside is the cost. Flights to Australia cost by far the most.
I know flights are far cheaper to the UK, but what about the cost of living?
I've heard that the overall cost of living is quite a bit higher in Australia. And let's not forget the tuition fees. Tuition fees in the USA and Australia are quite similar, about €21,000 a year. They're slightly cheaper in England and Wales. In contrast, universities in Scotland are completely free for students from EU countries.
Wow, that is a huge pro.
I know. And another argument in favour of Scotland is that it has some lively city universities like Edinburgh or Aberdeen, where you can walk everywhere.
Are you sure that a city is better? On the one hand, you can get around more easily, but on the other hand, there's more of a community spirit on an American campus because students all know each other.
Perhaps. But another important difference between the two is you can access the city centre for useful things like banks, public transport and shops anytime you like.
Good point. If I consider all the pros and cons, I think Scotland is the best because it's by far the cheapest, even if it has the worst weather.
In Valsey, Units 5 and 6, page 88, exercise 2.
Hey Esme, you're back from Australia. How was it? Judging by your tan, the weather must have been good.
Sean, it was incredible. I've got so much to tell you. You wouldn't believe the wildlife we saw.
Did you see kangaroos?
Loads of them. My friends and I spent 3 days driving through the desert and we saw plenty of kangaroos then. We saw so many other amazing animals as well. I took hundreds of photos. Do you want to see some? I promise I won't bore you with all of them.
Yes, please.
OK, so this was one of my favourite places, the Daintree National Park in the north.
Wow! Look at the forest in the background. It looks really tropical.
Yeah, it was. It was just how you imagine a tropical rainforest to be. We saw some absolutely beautiful birds there. Look at this one.
Wow! What kind of bird is that?
I'm not sure, but I think it might have been an azure kingfisher. It's an amazing shade of blue, isn't it? But if you think that's cool, wait till you see this next picture.
What is that? It's enormous. It looks as if it's taller than you.
I think it was. It's called a cassowary.
That guy in the blue shirt on the left looks terrified.
Yeah, I know. I think he was a bit frightened of birds, and that's not even a full-size cassowary. I think it was quite young. They can grow to a height of up to 1.8 metres.
It must have been quite scary to be so close to it, though. Do cassowaries attack people?
Yeah, sometimes. But apparently they won't attack you unless they feel threatened. Our tour guide said they aren't usually aggressive, so I wasn't too worried.
What about crocodiles? Did you see any of those?
The Daintree National Park is well known for crocodiles, but we didn't see any while we were there. I was quite relieved, to be honest. I really am quite frightened of crocodiles.
I'm not surprised. Who isn't?
Talking of reptiles, I'll tell you what we did see. A snake. We were in a small town near Melbourne, walking along a path, and we saw it disappear into a bush.
And do you think it was venomous?
Maybe. Well, it was stripy and my friend thought we might have seen a tiger snake. He said that if you're bitten by one and you don't get it treated in time, it can be fatal.
Wow. I'm glad we don't have those in this country.
In Valsi, Units 5 and 6, page 89, exercise 3.
Hello and welcome to the Education Podcast. When I was at school, I spent a lot of time wondering, how will I use this knowledge in the real world? And of course, at the time, I couldn't know the answer to that question. It isn't until later that we find out what's really helped us. So I decided to talk to Paul and Kate, who both left school a few years ago, and see what they feel they really learnt at school. First of all, Paul, you're a gardener now.
That's right. After leaving school, I did an apprenticeship in horticulture. I loved it, and I'm hoping to start my own gardening business soon.
How exciting! And Kate, you're a journalist.
Yeah, well, I'm in the process of becoming one. I studied journalism at university, and I've just got my first job as a trainee with a local newspaper.
Great! So, Paul, let's start with you. Of everything you learnt in school, what's helped you the most?
Well, I learnt some very useful stuff about plants in biology classes, and I'll be glad I studied maths when I'm running a business. But I also learnt resilience, not giving up when things get difficult. That was the most important thing I learnt at school. I honestly feel that.
How did you learn that?
It was mainly thanks to one great teacher, Mr. Hills, who taught me technology for 3 years. He always used to talk about learning to fail.
And what does that mean exactly?
See mistakes in a positive way, as opportunities to learn. Mr. Hills always used to say, it's okay to make a mistake, just don't make the same mistake twice.
And that's helped you in what you're doing now?
Without a doubt, it's helped me. There were plenty of times when I got things wrong as an apprentice, but I realised that I could choose how to handle those situations. So instead of getting upset and giving up, I decided to calmly figure out how to avoid the same thing happening again.
Very interesting. Thanks, Paul. So, Kate, what do you think school taught you?
Well, at school I learnt to write well, and that's obviously crucial in journalism. But equally important was all the stuff that I learnt about geography, science and other subjects. I need to have good general knowledge, as I never know what kind of story I'll have to report on.
So do you think you mainly gained academic knowledge rather than life skills?
Oh no, I didn't just learn facts. I also learnt how to learn.
And is that important in the job you do?
I'm absolutely certain of it. I used to believe that you learn the knowledge you need at school and university, and then you go out into the world and apply it. But it isn't like that at all. I have to learn new stuff every day.
Do you agree, Paul?
Oh, I'm convinced that's true. Knowing how to learn is essential if you want to do anything. There'll always be more that you have to learn about the job, or new technology that you have to figure out how to use.
Paul and Kate, thanks very much for sharing your experiences with us. And now, as the saying goes...
Oral Exam, Units 5 and 6, page 89, exercise 4.
I'm going to talk about an issue that has had a considerable impact on my city. It was never designed to cope with large volumes of traffic, and as a result, traffic congestion has become a major issue. Firstly, it has caused air pollution, which has a number of negative effects on the city. For example, the historical buildings in the city centre are made from traditional sandstone. In addition, the congestion has led to problems for businesses within the city centre. For instance, shops and businesses have reported that delivery vehicles cannot get to them due to high volumes of traffic. This has meant that it is difficult for people to commute to work and study.
Unit 7, page 90, exercise 1.
Fashion do's or don'ts? Would you wear these trends?
1.
This coat's wide collar is perfect for cooler evenings.
2,
Trousers with decorative elements like silver buttons are in fashion this year.
3,
No need to carry a large bag around with you when you have this many pockets.
4,
Make a bold statement with these large hooped earrings.
5,
Plain trousers are more interesting with zips.
6,
How about a patterned shirt with striped cuffs for a lasting impression?
7,
This gold necklace is cool, but also heavy.
8,
Roll up your sleeves for an after-work look.
9,
Completely change your summer look with a wide leather belt with a huge buckle.
10,
Sandals and socks. It's okay with these checked tights and high heels.
Unit 7, page 90. Exercise 2. 1,
Zip.
2,
Heel.
3,
Sleeve.
4,
Buckle.
5,
Pocket.
6,
Collar.
7,
Earring.
8,
Button.
9,
Cuff.
10.
Necklace.
Unit 7, page 91. Exercise 4. 1,
Cotton.
2,
Leather.
3,
Silk.
4,
Plain.
5,
Checked.
6,
Patterned.
7,
Sleeveless.
8,
V-neck.
9.
Hooded.
Unit 7, page 91. Exercises 2 and 3.
Hey guys, check out Sai. He looks stunning. Where are you going dressed like that?
To a British Indian wedding. My favourite cousin, Anjali, is getting married today.
Cool. Can you describe what you're wearing?
Yeah, these are the clothes which are traditionally worn to an Indian wedding, with a few British adaptations, of course. This shirt with long sleeves and no collar is called a kurta. I've decided to wear smart plain cotton trousers underneath, but my dad is going to wear the traditional baggy trousers that we call pyjamas.
Cool. What are you going to put on your feet?
My dad would like me in brown leather sandals, but I'm going to wear my old school shoes instead.
Wow, I've never seen your shoes looking so clean.
Then I'm going to wear this silk sherwani over the top. It's a long patterned jacket with loads of gold buttons.
It's really eye-catching, Sai. I absolutely love it. Can you tell us a bit more about Indian weddings?
Well, to be honest, this is the first one I've been to, so I'm going to find out today. Yesterday, our family had a Mendi ceremony with Anjali. It was amazing. During the ceremony, the bride's hands and feet were painted with brown henna by an expert. Here's a photo of my cousin having it done.
Those designs are so beautiful. Do the groom's hands get painted too?
No, it's just for women. and the custom is only celebrated by the bride's family. I know the groom will be dressed in a sherwani, and both the bride and the groom will be wearing red and white, which are the traditional wedding colours. I'm sure my cousin will have her hair done and have lots of gold necklaces and earrings on too. Oh, that'll be my dad. I have to go.
Don't forget your phone, Sai. And please take loads of videos for us.
Will do. Oh no, this curtain hasn't got any pockets.
Have fun. Bye.
Unit 7, page 92, exercise 2.
Blue is for boys and skirts are for girls? Not always. It is believed that humans started wearing clothes around 170,000 years ago. They may have been invented to protect us from the environment, but for centuries, clothes have also been symbols of our identity and culture. Let's take a look at social norms regarding clothes through the ages. A. The evolution of men's fashion. In 18th century Europe, a person's class, not their gender, determined what clothes they wore. Male and female Puritans both dressed in long plain robes with large white collars, while the upper classes preferred more eye-catching styles. For the nobility, both sexes had long hair, and men often wore dresses with even more extravagant sleeves and cuffs than women. In fact, tights, high heels and makeup were favoured by men like King Louis XVI of France. However, in the 1800s in London, men wanted to show off their economic success and created a new style which consisted of a simple white shirt with a cravat, black trousers and a coat, the first business suit. B. Blue is for boys and pink is for girls? Pink hasn't always been considered a colour for girls. In the early 1920s, it was believed that pink should be worn by boys and that light blue was a girl's colour. Pink was thought to be a far stronger colour, while light blue was considered to be more delicate. After World War II, however, this trend reversed. Suddenly, pink silk elastic headbands were being put on baby girls' hairless heads, so nobody would be confused about their gender. Today, babies are often assigned a colour before they are born. As soon as parents discover the sex of their unborn child, their baby's bedroom is painted in pink or blue. C. Where men wear skirts or dresses. In many countries, skirts and dresses are considered to be very feminine. However, Scottish men traditionally wear a type of skirt called a kilt at weddings and social gatherings. Kilts come in a checked material called tartan, and each pattern reveals the clan or family of the wearer. A kilt can be decorated with a belt and a Celtic buckle, and a little bag called a sporran. In Scotland, the kilt is thought to be a very masculine item of clothing. Meanwhile, in Indonesia, both men and women wear a sarong, a long piece of cotton which is wrapped around the body. And in parts of West Africa, a rectangular cloth dress called a wrapper is tied at the waist and can be worn by both sexes. D. Unisex fashion returns. Until World War II, trousers had only been used by women to play sport, but this began to change after more women went to work during the war. Then society began to change radically again in the 60s, when gender stereotypes were being challenged by young people. Designer Yves Saint Laurent is said to have brought this new philosophy to the high fashion world. In 1966, he released a collection where women were photographed in men's suits and bow ties. At around the same time, jeans became a unisex item of clothing, first in the USA, then in Europe. Today, New concepts are being introduced to make fashion even more unisex, such as gender-free and gender-neutral collections or mixed-gender shows. Thanks to fashion companies, these clothes will be sold all over the high street one day.
Unit 7, page 93, Exercise 8.
So, here we are on Fashion Weekly, and this week we're all about style icons, the clothes and the people. So, let's start with something that we all have in our closets, the plain white tee. T-shirts are very popular with people of all ages, and 62% of Americans are thought to own 10 or more. No way! How many do you have? The humble t-shirt is believed to have originated from a type of underwear called a union suit. Yes, you heard that correctly. Underwear. More than 2 billion white t-shirts are now sold each year and used to be worn under your other clothes. So originally, t-shirts were designed for men. They were tight with a wide neck, and they were meant to show off the male figure. Well, thank goodness that's changed, and there's something for everyone now. V-necks, round necks, long sleeves, short sleeves, zippers, buttons, you name it. So when I think of the combination of a plain white tee and a pair of jeans in American popular culture, what does it say to me? A streetcar named Desire and Rebel Without a Cause. The movie stars Marlon Brando and James Dean have been credited with making t-shirts popular in the 1950s. And it is said that James Dean's style was so popular that jeans and white t-shirts were banned in some schools, cinemas, and restaurants. Imagine that! Thanks for listening. See you next week.
Unit 7, page 94, Exercise 1. 1.
Top lip, bottom lip.
2.
Calf,
3.
sole,
4.
earlobe,
5.
spine,
6.
belly button,
7.
shoulder blades,
8.
cheekbones.
Unit 7, page 94, Exercise 2.
Are these the world's most outrageous spa treatments? 1. Would you have your feet exfoliated by 150 tiny fish? These toothless fish remove the dead skin on your toes, heels, and soles using their lips to reveal healthy new skin. This fish pedicure originates from Turkey and has been used in Asia to treat skin conditions like eczema for years. In Japan, you can even have your body immersed in a fish spa. 2. Some people claim you can cure many problems by getting oil applied to your belly button. These include bad eyesight, dry lips, and even knee pain. Apparently, having coconut oil poured on your belly button might also give you silky skin and shiny hair. These treatments are used in Ayurveda medicine, which is traditionally practiced in India. 3. This massage, which was first done at a spa in Israel, is performed by snakes instead of human hands. First, you have oil put on your back. Next, snakes are placed on your body. The snakes then move up and down your spine, legs, and even your face. It is believed that pain in your back, shoulder blades, and calves can be cured by this calming treatment. 4. Cleopatra's beautiful eyes, cheekbones, and skin were legendary. Apparently, The Queen of the Nile bathed in milk and slept in a gold mask to maintain her gorgeous looks. From about €150, you too can have thin pieces of 24-karat gold applied to your face, excluding lips and earlobes. The result is softer, more radiant skin.
Unit 7, page 95, Exercise 9. 1. You hear a girl phoning a hairdressing salon.
Hello, Great Hair Salon. How may I help you?
Hi, I've got curly hair and I'd love to get it permanently straightened. Can I book an appointment for Friday?
Would 10 a.m. suit you?
Not really. Are there any later ones?
There's a space at midday.
OK, I'll take it. How long does it take to get it done?
It could take up to 5 hours. It depends on your hair.
Really? And how much does it cost?
It costs £200.
Well, I'll get it done all the same.
2. You hear a boy talking about his sister.
My sister had her ears pierced 2 months ago. The average healing time is usually 6 weeks, but my sister's earlobes had become really red and sore, so she had to get them seen by a doctor. We found out that she was allergic to some types of metal, and she mustn't wear any earrings which aren't made of pure gold.
3. You hear two friends chatting about a photo.
Is that you in this photo?
Yes, it is. I had it taken a couple of years ago.
But you've got such great cheekbones. Why did you have a blue beard?
I had it dyed after I saw a photo of it in a magazine. It was really trendy for a while, but I was always getting made fun of by my friends, so I shaved it off.
4. You hear a teenager talking about her posture.
Because of bad pain in my neck and back, I got my posture assessed. I went to the back clinic with my dad and had my spine carefully examined. I found out that I've got a forward neck position. Basically, it means my head is too far in front of my shoulders. I've been given some spine stretching exercises to fix the problem. Apparently, it was caused by looking down at my phone too much.
5. You hear two friends talking about sport.
How often do you do sport?
Not very often, because of my calf.
Oh dear, what happened?
Well, I used to go running and I loved playing football, but I had an accident during a match. While I was kicking the ball, another player fell onto me and broke my leg. I had to have titanium put into my calf. I go swimming now instead.
6. You hear a girl talking about a school break-in.
Last month, our school was vandalised. Windows were broken and things were stolen. But by far the worst thing was that we had our beautiful mural destroyed. It was a picture of footprints on a rainbow. My classmates and I had painted it and used the soles of our feet, and now it was covered in horrible graffiti. The school quickly got the wall repainted, but I really miss seeing our artwork.
7. You hear a boy talking to a police officer.
Hello, officer. I'd like to report a theft. I've had my bike stolen.
Where did you leave it?
I always leave it at my friend's, but he was out, so I tried to park it outside the train station, but that was full. In the end, I tied it to a sign on platform 2.
In that case, you've probably had your bike removed because it was parked illegally.
8. You hear a girl telling a story.
My brother and his girlfriend Lulu decided to get matching tattoos done on their shoulder blades. They chose to get ones that said, "You're perfect." It seemed like a sweet idea, but the tattoo artist was careless and Lulu's tattoo was spelt wrong. It was written P-E-R-F-C-E-T. Lulu has been down in the dumps ever since, and she's stopped wearing sleeveless tops. But she's going to get it removed as soon as she has enough money.
Unit 7, page 98, Exercise 2.
A brief history of photojournalism. It is believed that photojournalism first came about in the mid-19th century, in the form of war photography. Subsequently, from the second half of the 19th century onwards, photojournalism was also used to document news stories. Then, by the early 1900s, photos could be found in most newspapers. When the first 35mm camera was manufactured in 1925 and flashbulbs were introduced in 1927, photography was revolutionized. Suddenly, photographers who were galvanized by the Great Depression could leave the studio and shoot the lives of real people on location. Some of the best images expressed people's pain and suffering more effectively than any words could have done. This period is thought to have been the start of the golden age of photojournalism. Iconic photos have had a huge impact on people's lives. In the 20th century, issues such as genocide, apartheid, and famine were all brought to people's attention by photojournalists. And recently, historic events have also been documented by ordinary people using the camera on their phone. We can now all participate in documenting important events.
Unit 7, page 98, Exercises 4 and 5. A.
For me, there's no doubt about it. I'm a huge science fiction fan, so anything to do with space fascinates me. My favorite image is called Man on the Moon, and it was photographed in 1969 by Neil Armstrong. Most people believe that Armstrong is the astronaut in the photo because he took the first steps on the moon. However, as the photos were all shot by Armstrong, he isn't actually in any of them. The figure in the spacesuit is Buzz Aldrin. It isn't a heroic action shot. In fact, it is strangely calm. A lonely figure is seen standing silently on a distant world. His shoulder is pushed forward as if he's looking at his watch, and a tiny reflection of Armstrong can be spotted in his helmet.
B.
I'll never forget how I felt on September 11th, 2001, when I saw those images of the burning Twin Towers on the news. I couldn't believe what was happening, and at first I thought that it had all been a terrible accident. Anyway, when I saw this photo, I couldn't get it out of my mind. So much emotion can be seen in this boy's face. He's running away and looking terrified, which is perfectly understandable. However, my eyes were drawn to the man behind him, who seems to be walking calmly along and looking at his phone. This image instantly captures a moment in time which is immortalized in most people's memories.
C.
The photo which I find most iconic manages to communicate a desperate situation in a sensitive way. This powerful black and white photo is called The Migrant Mother, and it was taken by the great female photographer Dorothea Lange in 1936 during the Great Depression. A mother is featured in the center of the picture. Her tired eyes look past the camera. You can see from her cheekbones and dirty clothing that she is hungry and poor. She has been photographed with her young children, who are looking away from the camera. I once read that Lange felt compelled to stop and photograph this woman. Only 6 photos were shot, but this one is perfection.
D.
I'm a romantic, so I think that this photo, which was on the cover of Life magazine, is my all-time favorite. It was shot by Alfred Eisenstadt, and it is thought to be one of the most iconic photos of the 20th century. The moment was captured on VJ Day after Japan had surrendered in World War II in August 1945, and celebrations had broken out across the USA. It is said that the sailor in the photo was out with his date in Times Square when he saw the woman, who he believed to be a nurse. Apparently, the joy and respect he felt for nurses compelled him to give her a passionate kiss on the lips, even though he didn't know her. I think the feelings of relief, joy, and victory are all expressed perfectly in this photo.
Unit 7, page 99. Exercises 4 and 5.
We begin our tour standing in front of Belfast's most famous mural. The Bobby Sands mural is found in the Republican area of the Falls Road in West Belfast. The mural was painted by Danny Devaney in 1998. The Irish nationalist artist, who is one of the most well-known muralists in Ireland, started his artistic career as a self-taught painter. This mural was done in a modern style. It portrays Bobby Sands, an iconic political activist and poet who died during the Northern Irish political conflict. In the centre, you can see the smiling portrait of Sands. On the top, there is a phoenix. This is a symbol of rebirth, and the flying bird on the bottom represents freedom. On the left-hand side of Sands' face, there is a message reminding people that everybody is, in some way, responsible for the problems in Ireland. On the other side, there is a quote from Bobby Sands saying, "Our revenge will be the laughter of our children." He appears happy and relaxed, even though this picture is based on a photograph which was taken while he was in prison. He seems as if he's looking at something, or someone, far away in the distance. Sands' portrait also features breaking chains, symbolising Irish independence from British rule. The artist probably wanted to provoke thought and conversation, or was inspired by the people who sacrificed their lives for the Republican cause.
Unit 8, page 100. Exercise 1.
Are you a risk-taker? What is risk-taking, and how important is it? Risk-taking is choosing to do something even though you don't know what the outcome might be. Doing a dangerous sport is one example of a risk, but so is answering a difficult question in class or talking to someone you've never met at a party. Taking healthy risks is an essential part of life. What's more, pushing your limits can help you become more independent, develop your identity, and achieve success in life. But it's also important to avoid unhealthy risks, which could put you in danger or have serious negative consequences. Take our quiz to find out how much of a risk-taker you are. 1. A. I like going to wild and crazy parties. B. I prefer quiet activities with friends where I can relax and take it easy. 2. A. I'd love to ignore the risks, throw caution to the wind and do a parachute jump. B. I don't understand people who risk life and limb by jumping out of a plane. 3. A. I'd rather take a chance on a new film instead of watching one I've seen before. B. There are lots of films that I enjoy watching a second or even a third time. 4. A. When I'm in a new place, I take advantage of the opportunity to try new or unusual food. B. I prefer to play it safe. I take care to only order food that I'm certain I'll like. 5. A. I'm a thrill seeker. I'm not afraid to put myself in risky situations even if they could be harmful. B. I'm not interested in risking my life just for a bit of fun. Better safe than sorry. 6. A. I wish I could take my life in my hands and try free climbing even though it's very dangerous. B. I think people should avoid risky sports such as free climbing and stay out of harm's way. 7. A. I don't enjoy books when I can predict what will happen next. B. I don't mind reading books where I can predict what will take place. 8. A. I like friends who are adventurous and unconventional. B. I like friends who are considerate and take responsibility for their actions.
Unit 8, page 100, exercise 2. 1,
Take a chance.
2,
Throw caution to the wind.
3,
Risk life and limb.
4,
Play it safe.
5,
Be a thrill seeker.
6,
Better safe than sorry.
7,
Take my life in my hands.
8.
Stay out of harm's way.
Unit 8, page 101, exercise 4.
There are 4 types of risk-taking. Healthy risks take place in a safe environment. These include taking up a new sport or hobby, entering school competitions, or taking someone up on a fun challenge. Unhealthy risks are ones that lead to dangerous or harmful situations. These include not taking care of your health, like smoking, or not taking responsibility for your actions, like driving too fast. Look back at the quiz. Did you choose any of these A's? 1A, 5A. You are confident and you don't take other people's opinions of you too seriously. Consider joining a theatre group or rock band. Just stay away from extreme or harmful behaviour. 2A, 6A. You are courageous and enjoy pushing your body. Why not compete in triathlons or visit an adventure park? Avoid life-threatening activities and try to chill out and take it easy now and again. 3A, 7A. You get bored easily and need lots of mental stimulation. Expand your mind by doing a course and learning new skills, but don't be impatient. It takes time to learn something well. 4A, 8A. You are open to trying new experiences. Take advantage of your curious nature by volunteering for a community project, doing something artistic, or travelling, as long as you stay out of harm's way.
Unit 8, page 101, exercises 2 and 3.
Hi there! On Friday, my friends and I are going to the famous theme park, Thorpe Park. Why don't you come with us to Thorpe Park, Si?
Thanks, Nina, but I'm not sure I'm going to take you up on your invitation. I've still got lots of revision to do.
Oh, you need to take a break, Si. You don't want to risk burnout, do you?
I guess not. What's in Thorpe Park, anyway?
There are great attractions, like a 4D cinema, and it's got over 30 rides. And, as I'm a real thrill seeker, I'm going to ride Colossus. It's an 850-metre long and 30-metre high roller coaster which travels at nearly 80 kilometres an hour. It is also the world's first roller coaster to do 10 inversions.
What? 10 inversions? Are you kidding me?
Calm down, Si. You don't need to take everything so seriously all the time. There are plenty of other rides you could try.
My gut reaction says that it isn't my kind of place. The exams are taking place in 4 weeks, so I really need to take it easy.
Thorpe Park is on an island in a lake, so if you really want to play it safe, you could just sit in the sun and read a book. It's supposed to be 25 degrees Celsius on Friday. Come on, Si. You really need to get out of the house and get out of your comfort zone too.
I don't know. I'm going to take my time deciding this one.
Please, life's all about taking chances. You might even enjoy yourself.
Okay, I'll come with you.
Great. It's going to be the best day ever.
Unit 8, page 104, exercise 1. 1.
Whitewater rafting.
2.
Kayaking.
3.
Ziplining.
4.
Coasteering.
5.
Mountain biking.
6.
Snowshoeing.
7.
Windsurfing.
8.
Paragliding.
9.
Rock climbing.
Unit 8, page 104, exercises 3 and 4. Speaker 1.
I've nearly finished all my packing and I'm really excited about my holiday. By this time tomorrow, my plane will have landed in Santiago de la Compostela in northern Spain. We'll be staying in several remote mountain villages along the way. By the end of the 2-week holiday, I'll have spent all of my time on my mountain bike though, so I won't have any time for sightseeing. Apparently the Camino Primitivo has so many mountain passes that it's going to be really tough.
Speaker 2.
I've been keen on water sports ever since I was a little boy. In fact, by the time I'm 30, I'll have been windsurfing for over 20 years. It's become such a passion of mine that I've moved to the coast. I hope that by this time next year, I'll have become a professional windsurf instructor. There's such cold weather in the UK though, so I've booked a trip to Croatia. In fact, in May, I'll be flying to Zadar, where there's always lots of wind and sun.
Speaker 3.
I'm supposed to be in Zurich, but I'm stuck in Heathrow Airport and there are such long queues here. At the moment, the timetable says we should depart at 6 p.m. By then, I'll have been waiting in this airport for over 3 hours. I'm staying with my Swiss relatives. I usually go skiing, but this year I'm going to try snowshoeing for the very first time. My cousin says that by the time my holiday is finished, I'll have fallen in love with it. Apparently, snowshoeing is so exciting that I won't want to go back to skiing. We'll see.
Speaker 4.
I'm on my way to Auckland. By the time I get to my destination, I'll have been flying for 21 hours. It's been exhausting, but I know it'll be worth it. Everybody tells me that New Zealand is such an amazing country for adventure sports. I particularly want to learn paragliding. I keep telling myself I'll have arrived soon, and this time next week I'll be standing on top of a cliff on South Island, ready to paraglide over the ocean.
Speaker 5.
Currently, I'm looking at adventure tours on the internet. If I don't hurry, I won't have found a cheap flight before they put the prices up. I'm planning to go on a sea kayaking and wild camping experience in Jutland, Sweden. Apparently, it is such a beautiful location that I won't want to come home again. It says on the brochure that it's an ideal holiday for solo adventurers who want to get to know other like-minded individuals. So, I hope that by the end of the holiday, I'll have made lots of new friends.
Unit 8, page 108, exercise 2.
Athletes as activists. Many athletes have used sport to bring people's attention to serious issues in society. Jesse Owens. In the 1936 Olympic Games in Berlin, Hitler and his Nazi party planned to show the world that the Aryan race was superior. Some athletes refused to participate, but US athlete Jesse Owens took advantage of the opportunity and ended up winning 4 gold medals. As a black man, his success proved Hitler wrong and also challenged prejudices in a segregated America. Catherine Switzer. In 1967, women couldn't take part in the Boston Marathon, but Kathy Switzer threw caution to the wind and registered anyway. Early on, an official tried to remove her, but she was so determined that she finished the race. Female runners were finally included in the event in 1972. Muhammad Ali. In 1967, boxing champion Muhammad Ali refused to fight in the Vietnam War. His objection led to him being banned from boxing at the height of his career, until 1970 and even risking prison. Ali said he wasn't prepared to kill people he knew nothing about for a country which still didn't guarantee equal rights for African Americans.
Unit 8, page 108, exercises 4 and 5.
We have American sports commentator Rebecca Wade in the studio to talk about protests in sporting competitions. Rebecca, thanks for coming today.
Question 0.
Since 2015, I used to play minor league soccer, but I had to stop playing after suffering a knee injury. Now I enjoy reporting on matches.
Question 1.
They do this because they want to take advantage of all the great media and TV coverage they have. By protesting before, during, or after a game, they can raise awareness about issues which they take very seriously.
Question 2.
Many American athletes have fought publicly against inequality regarding race, gender, or pay. Many of them have also protested against wars or unjust treatment of individuals by the police or state.
Question 3.
A lot of people see athletes as entertainers, and they think that they should just do their job. So when an athlete does something unexpected, like refusing to stand for the national anthem or the flag, it is considered disrespectful and unpatriotic by some people. Even important politicians have commented that politics and sports shouldn't mix.
Question 4.
Yes, it was. One of the most high-profile political statements ever was a demonstration at the 1968 Olympic Games in Mexico. African-American athletes Tommy Smith and John Carlos did the Black Power salute during their medal ceremony. When the American national anthem was played, they raised a black-gloved hand to symbolize the fight for equal rights for black people in the U.S. As a result, their important message managed to reach millions of people all over the world.
Question 5.
Yes. In 2016, American football player Colin Kaepernick began taking a knee before games while the national anthem was being played. He did this before every game to protest against black people being oppressed and discriminated against in the U.S.
Question 6.
Well, Billie Jean King helped bring equality to women's tennis when she created the Women's Tennis Association in 1973 and demanded that the final prize money should be the same for men and women. She even played a tennis match with a former men's champion called the Battle of the Sexes and won. She managed to show everyone that female tennis players deserve the same respect as male ones.
Question 7.
There was this huge national debate after a 21-year-old American basketball player called Tony Smith turned her back to the U.S. flag in 2003 while the national anthem was being played. She did this as a silent protest against U.S. involvement in the Iraq War. She got a lot of criticism for her actions, but she also got so much respect for her courage.
Unit 8, page 109, exercises 4 and 5. Luke.
Well, Luke, school finishes in a month's time. What are you planning to do after that?
I'm not really sure what I'll do yet. I'm so tired that I haven't managed to organise anything. I hope to find a job, save some money, and then go travelling around Asia.
Oh, that sounds exciting. Where do you want to go?
I don't really know. I'm thinking about flying to Bangkok and then I'll see when I get there.
How much money will you need to do that?
I've got no idea, to be honest. I'm planning on making as much money as I can in the next year or so.
And what about university?
I might go to university when I come home again. I haven't worked out what subject I want to study yet. Hopefully by this time next year I'll have decided what to do with my life.
Zoe.
So, Zoe, we've got the regional championships coming up soon. How do you feel about that?
I feel great, Coach. I'm determined not to finish in last place again. This year, I'd like to beat my personal best and win a medal.
That's the spirit, Zoe. How are you planning to achieve that?
Well, I'm not going to leave my preparation until the last minute like before. I've got an action plan this time. First, I'm going to start with some mini goals. I'm planning to do 10 minutes of intensive training a day for the next 2 weeks. Then I'm going to increase it to 15 minutes. And I'm definitely going to work on my sprinting technique.
Oh, that sounds tough.
It won't be easy, but by the end of the month, I'll have improved my speed and increased my stamina. And I'm going to reward myself with a nice new pair of trainers if I manage to achieve my goal. And every night before bed, I look at pictures of some of my favourite athletes and I imagine how amazing it's going to feel when I receive my medal.
Invalsi, Units 7 and 8, page 113, exercise 2.
Today, I'm reporting live from Fairbanks, Alaska, where every year since 1961, a 4-day event has been taking place, the World Eskimo Indian Olympics. Participants, spectators, and volunteers come from the northern regions of the U.S., Canada, and Greenland, as well as Native Americans from 22 different countries and 26 different states. There is no age limit for competitors, although the majority are in their early 20s. Everyone comes together to compete in traditional events like the stick pull, ear pulling, knuckle hopping, blanket tossing, and the kneel jump. However, these games are not just about strengthening muscle, working out, burning calories, or joining in the different competitions. They're also about family reunions, and most importantly, they're a huge cultural celebration. The games also give us an insight into the lives of the people of Alaska. All of the events are variations on traditional exercises that Native Alaskans practiced to improve their physical and mental skills in order to survive. Since ancient times, the native peoples of these regions have taken part in games that required strength, endurance, balance, coordination, and agility. As well as the athletic games, dancing and storytelling provide an opportunity for friendly competition, entertainment, and laughter. Although everyone has lots of fun, everyone is aware of the cultural significance of each event. For example, in ear pull, 2 athletes sit on the ground facing each other. There is a loop of string connecting the competitors' ears. The competitors then use their ears to pull on the string until it comes off, or their opponent quits. Like most of the activities, it is a simple idea which is an old custom from Alaska. It's a test of strength and endurance
to show you're mentally strong enough to endure the pain. Traditionally, if you lived in this environment, you needed to be able to cope with the pain of frostbite, a very painful condition caused by cold temperatures. There's a healthy sense of competition, but the trainers and competitors are all willing to give each other advice and help each other. I've just overheard a trainer telling someone, "If I were you, I would slow down." However, the games also encourage everyone to feel pride in their native culture. Young people can get active instead of looking at screens. It gives them the chance to interact with other people and find out about the language, traditions, and games of their ancestors, as well as getting fit. You won't see any of the events at these games in the next Winter Olympics, so if you want to see this incredible event, come and join us over the next 4 days. We'll be here.
In Valsi, Units 7 and 8, page 113, Exercise 3.
Good evening and welcome to this week's edition of The Social Project. Ed Williamson, a social anthropologist who specialises in hair, is our first guest tonight. Ed, welcome.
Thanks.
You've just come back from a research trip to China.
Question 0.
Sure, I spent a month with a group of women from the Red Yao tribe in a village in southwestern China. There are about 60 women in the village, and hair is sacred for them. The women only have their hair cut once in their lifetime.
Question 1.
The majority of them have hair that's over 1.5 meters long. That's about down to their ankles. But some have hair that's 2 meters long.
Wow, that's long.
Question 2.
Between the ages of 16 and 18, there's a special ceremony where they cut the girl's hair for the first time. It's meant to show that a girl is now officially an adult and she can get married. The hair isn't thrown away, it is kept until a woman is married or has had a child.
Question 3.
The cut hair is made into a special hairpin that is worn in the woman's real hair. Traditionally, there are 3 different hairstyles for a woman at different stages of her life.
Question 4.
Young unmarried women wear a black scarf to cover their hair. Married women with no children wear their hair down in 2 braids, and married women with children wrap their hair around their heads and tie it in a ball at the front.
Question 5.
They wash it every day in a local river, and a couple of times a week they use their own shampoo. It's made from water from cooked rice and other natural ingredients.
Question 6.
Yes, exactly. They all have jet black hair, even the older women, and their beautiful pink and red cotton jackets with long sleeves are all made by hand. The plain black jackets are worn only by women over the age of 60.
Question 7.
Absolutely. In any society, hair is an important part of social identity, fashion, and self-expression. But in the Red Yao tribe, it's particularly important. It is believed that long hair brings a woman wealth, good luck, and a long life.
Unit 9, page 114, Exercise 1.
Do you speak emoji? They may not mean what you think. The first emoji were created in 1999 by a Japanese mobile phone provider. Today, there are thousands of different characters, and it is believed that over 90% of people use them. This means that more people speak emoji than English. In fact, it's been called the world's first global language. Emoji can instantly express your feelings, help you tell a story, or even allow you to ask someone out without using any words. Some linguists believe that emoji are a digital version of non-verbal communication. Although the same emoji are used all around the world, their meaning can change or be misunderstood. In fact, in a recent study, 50% of people misinterpreted the tone of a message using emoji. Here are just a few examples. 1. This face is often used to say goodbye, but it was designed to say I love you. 2. This emoji is supposed to mean that something is hilarious or that you're telling a joke, but it is sometimes used to say you're embarrassed or that you're crying tears of joy. 3. Some people think these hands are begging, so they use them to say please or ask a favor. They really just mean well done. 4. This face is often used to tell someone you're annoyed or bored, but it was designed to say, I disagree with you. 5. This face is used to show skepticism or to ask someone if they're telling the truth, but it can also be used to show that you're thinking about something. 6. People often use this emoji when they've been asked an awkward question, but the face is actually smiling. It's supposed to show you're really happy. 7. Some people think this face is crying, but tears don't come out of your forehead. It is often used to say you're sad or nervous, but it actually means you feel relieved. Something could have gone worse. 8. Many people think this is a victory sign, so they use it to express joy about a success they've had. Others think it's a symbol of prayer, and they use it to say that they are hoping or wishing for something. However, it is actually someone bowing to say thank you.
Unit 9, page 114, Exercise 2. 1.
Winking. Blowing a kiss.
2.
Laughing till you cry.
3.
Clapping.
4.
Rolling your eyes.
5.
Raising an eyebrow.
6.
Grinning.
7.
Sweating.
8.
Giving a high five.
Unit 9, page 115, Exercise 4.
Say please. Say goodbye. Say thank you.
Tell a story. Tell a joke. Tell the truth.
Ask someone out. Ask a question. Ask a favor.
Unit 9, page 115, Exercises 2 and 3.
Hi! Do you like my hair? I got it professionally styled because I'm going to a party this evening. I'm going to tell you a secret. Somebody is going to be there that I want to impress. So, fingers crossed. Sai, what are you trying to say?
What are you talking about, Nina?
You know, that last text you just sent me.
I was paying you a compliment.
Do you call this a compliment? I like your hair, you look really nice, followed by a sarcastic grin emoji and 3 roll your eyes emoji.
What? Give me your phone a minute. Oh, that's not what I said. I just wanted to tell you your hair looked good. That first emoji is smiling, and those eyes are looking up at your hair. Get it?
I don't believe you.
I'm telling the truth. It's just a misunderstanding.
Well, you shouldn't send such confusing texts.
I know that emoji can change from one platform to another. I mean, we haven't got the same make of mobile phone, so our emoji look different. See? I bet this happens all the time.
And I thought you were being sarcastic.
Come to think of it, you sent me a message last week which really upset me, but I didn't say anything about it at the time.
Did I?
Yeah. When I told you that I was feeling sad because I missed my mum, you sent me 5 crying tears of joy emoji. I thought you were laughing at me.
Oh, so that's why you didn't get back to me. Well, I'm sorry. You should have said something. I didn't mean to upset you. They were intended to be sad faces.
I suppose everybody interprets emoji a little differently.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. I have a favour to ask you. I got this message from a boy, and I'm not sure what he is trying to tell me.
That blushing emoji with the arms out is definitely a big hug. Maybe he's going to ask you out.
Really? But I've always used that to mean surprise or ta-da! What should I do now? Should I send him a heart emoji?
No, I'd just send him a wink and see what happens next.
Good idea. Have you ever been unsure about what a text is trying to say? Send us your comments. We'd love to read them. Bye for now.
Unit 9, page 116. Exercise 2.
I was an internet meme. What really happens after you go viral? Memes are everywhere on social media. But have you ever considered who the people are in them? What happens after your face appears all over the internet? 4 people tell us the truth about being a meme. A. Zoe. Zoe Roth was 4 when she became one of the first internet memes. She told us the photo had been taken in 2004. She said that firefighters had been putting out a practice fire near her home. She remembered feeling scared and had tried to smile for her dad's camera. When her dad entered the photo in a magazine competition, it was posted onto their website and went viral. Her photo appealed because of her slightly raised eyebrow and wicked grin. When the rights were sold, Zoe earned enough to pay her college fees. Apart from that, her life hasn't changed much. Only a few people have asked whether she was the little girl. B. Ivor. Ivor Noyek became a meme in 2016. After his friend took a photo of him, Ivor used it as his profile picture. The next day, there were lots of likes and comments, and everyone told him he looked like a hipster. Ivor's friends then used photo editing software to turn his photo into lots of funny memes. Ivor said that he had been edited into pictures next to Jon Snow from Game of Thrones and Usain Bolt at the Olympics. After that, lots of people asked him if they could be his friend on social media, and strangers would blow him kisses or give him a high five. Ivor said it was incredible how quickly an ordinary photo could go global. C. Sylvia. Sylvia Bettini said she hated being a meme. She told us she had posed for her boyfriend as a favour. Sylvia said that when he took the picture, she had been thinking about a special person who'd recently died. Her portrait went onto a stock photo site. Sylvia then realised she had become a meme in 2011. Apparently, her photo had been put onto an online meme generator without anyone telling her. This portrait of her crying and touching her face has been used for many funny memes about trivial problems. Sylvia said she wished it had never happened.
She explained that, as an actor, she was used to expressing her emotions, but she was upset that a private moment of sadness had been exploited. D. Patrick. Patrick Ritchie was in Edinburgh with his friend Lucia when someone they didn't know photographed them and published the picture on social media. The following day, it became a meme. Many people commented that it would make a good advert against harassment. Patrick said that it had upset him because Lucia was a good friend. He understood how the photo was misleading because it looked like he was trying to ask her out, and she was rolling her eyes a bit. He said he didn't mind getting recognised, but he wished people would tell the truth about him. We asked him what he had learnt since becoming a meme. He told us that he had learnt that things would happen online that he couldn't control.
Unit 9, page 118, Exercise 1. 1,
Agree.
2,
Admit.
3,
Recommend.
4,
Reply.
5,
Warn.
6,
Suggest.
7,
Claim.
8.
Explain.
Unit 9, page 118, Exercises 4 and 5.
Hello and good evening. We have 18-year-old Lucy Watson with us today. Lucy, can you explain how you became a professional drone pilot when you were just 17?
Well, when I was 16, a drone pilot visited my class and told us his life story. As soon as he had finished his talk, I went over to him and told him that I'd always wanted to learn to fly drones. He recommended that I start with a drone flight simulator. I also got a kit to make my own drone from my grandparents. When I ran into the pilot a few months later, I told him how good I had become at flying. He suggested that I get my remote pilot license at his flying school. He invited me to do his 5-day course with theory and a practical test. I agreed to do it. I was so thrilled and relieved when I passed.
How much work is there for drone pilots in Australia?
Well, the drone industry has got great potential, and opportunities for pilots are expected to double over the next 5 to 10 years. Unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, are now used in many areas like firefighting, search and rescue, weather monitoring, disaster relief, or law enforcement. What's more, drones are now used to deliver things like takeaway food, coffee, household items, and medicine to homes in Canberra. The company I work for boasts about delivering goods much more quickly than vans or trucks could, while reducing traffic and cutting carbon emissions.
Wow, that's amazing. How do the residents feel about this?
At first, the residents weren't happy about us flying over their homes. They complained about being disturbed by the noise the drones made. They claimed that it was upsetting their pets and the wildlife. Some of the residents were also concerned that our drones would fall down or crash. They even insisted that it was an invasion of their privacy.
So, what happened next?
Well, in my case, my company informed the residents that it had obtained approval from the Civil Aviation Safety Authority, CASA, so it denied breaking the law, but it also apologised for any disturbances it had caused. Due to the residents' concerns, CASA asked us to obey several new rules,
we had to agree to only fly our new, quieter model drones, and they refused to let us fly over crowds.
Ah, I have heard researchers warn that drones could increase the risk of cybercrime. What are your views on the matter?
Unfortunately, several drone-related security incidents in the news have reminded everyone about the potential risks. Recently, the UK's Gatwick Airport announced that all flights had been cancelled that day due to a drone which had been seen near the airport. Everyone was asking how one drone could cause that much chaos and frustration. The police replied, saying that they couldn't find anything about the drone or its owner, even though they had invited the public to give evidence. Nobody admitted having any information about it. I agree that drones can be misused, but I think they are also going to improve our lives. Some people have even suggested using them as transport in the future.
Thank you, Lucy.
Unit 9, page 122. Exercise 2.
What is big data and what is it used for? Big data describes a huge amount of online information, one which is so enormous that it is difficult to process and store using normal techniques. It can be structured, for example, name, address, and consist of clearly defined, highly organized types of data, or it can be unstructured, for example, emails, photos, and have no defined format. The latter is much more complex to analyze. Data mining is a process used by organizations, such as businesses and governments, to collect, store, and analyze people's digital data, and to transform it into useful information. Businesses do this to find out more about their customers, become more efficient at selling products, and develop more effective advertising. Micro-targeting is when personal information, for example recent internet searches and purchases, is used to predict what your interests, buying behaviour and opinions are going to be. Micro-targeting is the reason why we are often shown adverts which could be interesting or relevant to us. It can also be used to influence people's opinions and spread political ideologies.
Unit 9, page 122. Exercises 4 and 5.
Could you please explain to us why big data is such a hot topic?
Sure. Internet companies like Amazon, Instagram, Snapchat and Microsoft all want to mine big data because it is so valuable. It's incredible to think that today over 3.7 billion of the world's inhabitants use the internet. And on average, more than 40,000 searches are conducted on Google every second. That means there's a lot of useful data online. Google in particular knows everything about you. They have access to your emails and documents, videos and photos, your internet searches and where you've been. They even have an advertisement profile just for you.
Haven't there been some scandals recently concerning abuse of this big data?
Yes, there have. Cambridge Analytica was a British company which mined data and sold it to organisations, including political parties during elections. This company claimed that its detailed understanding of human psychology, together with its enormous collection of personal data, could help it to convince anyone of a client's message.
Weren't they involved in a scandal with Facebook?
Yes, that's right. On the 17th of March 2018, it was discovered that Facebook had passed personal data of up to 87 million users to a researcher who was actually working for Cambridge Analytica.
How did the researcher manage to access all those users' accounts?
In 2014, Facebook released a personality quiz app, and the 300,000 people who signed up for it didn't realise at the time that it was mining their personal data. In addition, it was also secretly collecting all their friends' data too. That's how it got so big. Cambridge Analytica then allegedly passed this data to the Donald Trump campaign, which used it to target election messages on social media during the US 2016 presidential election campaign.
How have Facebook replied to these accusations?
Facebook have said sorry to its users. They have also denied knowing anything about it and claimed that Cambridge Analytica had been lying to them.
Isn't that company linked to Brexit too?
Some sources claim that Cambridge Analytica had micro-targeted lots of British people who had voted to leave the European Union in the 2016 referendum. The company boasted about being able to determine exactly how a person was going to vote based on the data they had mined. They claimed that they knew which people would vote leave by analysing what they were worried about in online searches and combining it with their personality traits and other personal information.
Aren't governments doing anything to protect us?
The General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, was modified by the European Union on the 25th of May 2018 in order to protect our personal information further. However, consumers are also being advised to find out what their rights are and how their data is being treated by social media companies.
Thank you very much.
Unit 9, page 123, exercises 4 and 5.
Do you ever use public Wi-Fi networks to shop online?
I'll admit I use them every now and again. I go through phases of hanging out in the cafe at lunchtime to use the free Wi-Fi there, particularly when I'm near the end of my monthly mobile data allowance. What about you?
I sometimes use public Wi-Fi, but as a rule, I never buy anything, open my bank account, or read emails on public Wi-Fi, as someone could access my details. The same rule applies to public computers. In general, I don't use public Wi-Fi for anything other than browsing, because I've heard that it's the least secure way to get connected. On the whole, I think it's safer to use mobile data if you have to buy something online in public. I tend to install the Shops or Services app and purchase through that for added security. How often do you read a website's privacy policy carefully?
I know I should, but I don't usually read policies or terms and conditions. In most cases, when I go on a site or download a new app and it says, click here to agree to our terms and play the game, I have a habit of just saying yes, even though I have no idea what I'm agreeing to. In general, the policies are also long and complicated.
Really? I like to know exactly what I am signing up to. Broadly speaking, many contracts are quite similar, but how do you know they don't contain some awful clause which means your personal data can be accessed? That's what happened with the Facebook scandal. Not many people think about that when they sign up to something.
That's a good point.
Unit 10, page 124, exercise 1.
Do you know about the UN Sustainable Development Goals? Membership in the United Nations is open to all peace-loving states which respect the organization's principles and values and follow the United Nations Charter. The UN aims to improve living conditions and well-being worldwide and promote good global citizenship. It also seeks to fight prejudice by openly supporting feminism and opposing all forms of racism. In 2015, all the UN member states got together and agreed which global issues were the most urgent to tackle. By 2030, the UN hopes it will have achieved the following for all citizens. The Global Goals for Sustainable Development. 1. No poverty. Everyone will have enough money to live on. 2. Zero hunger. Everyone will have enough nutritious food to eat. 3. Good health and well-being. Everyone will get quality medical care and have a longer life expectancy. 4. Quality education. All children will have a stable upbringing, go to school, and enjoy lifelong learning opportunities throughout adulthood. 5. Gender equality. There will be equal rights and opportunities for males and females starting in childhood. 6. Clean water and sanitation. Everyone will have safe water and facilities to allow for healthy hygiene. 7. Renewable energy. There will be affordable and clean energy for everyone. 8. Work and economic growth. Everyone will have a decent job to maintain an acceptable standard of living. 9. Industry, innovation and infrastructure. Sustainable industry will distribute economic wealth and invest in systems and services of the future. 10. Reduced inequality. Everyone will have equal rights with no persecution due to race or political or religious beliefs. 11. Sustainable cities and communities. Neighbourhoods will be safe and have good services in order to encourage a sense of belonging in communities. 12. Responsible consumption and production. Less waste and more sustainable living will contribute towards a better quality of life. 13. Climate action. There will be a reduction in global warming. 14. Life below water. There will be a reduction in marine pollution. 15. Life on land. Natural habitats and living creatures, especially endangered species, will be protected. 16. Peace, justice and strong institutions. Societies will be without armed conflict. Institutions will be strong and fair, and political leadership will not be corrupt. 17. Partnerships for the goals. All countries and organisations will work together with a common sense of purpose.
Unit 10, page 124, Exercise 2. 1,
Upbringing.
2,
Persecution.
3,
Life expectancy.
4,
Infrastructure.
5,
Sense of belonging.
6,
Quality of life.
7,
Well-being.
8,
Standard of living.
9,
Armed conflict.
10,
Sanitation.
11,
Sense of purpose.
12,
Values.
Unit 10, page 125, Exercise 4. Ship.
Citizenship. Membership. Leadership. Partnership.
Hood.
Neighbourhood. Childhood. Adulthood.
Ism.
Feminism. Racism.
Unit 10, page 125, Exercises 2 and 3.
Si, come here a minute. I've got a question to ask you.
What do you need help with now?
Nothing. I'd like to ask you something about global citizenship.
OK then, fire away.
If you could make the world a better place in just one day, what would you do?
I can't answer that. One day wouldn't be enough time to solve all the world's problems.
It's just a hypothetical question, Si. Go on, you're always so inspiring.
Well, I would probably start by correcting the imbalance between the wealthy and the poor. People like us, who haven't got much money, have a pretty low standard of living. Did you know that 21% of people in the UK are living in poverty?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Interestingly, India is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, so wealth is increasing for many, but 73 million people are still living in extreme poverty.
What do you think could be done to help people living in poverty?
If I were in charge, I would redistribute food and stop food waste in order to end hunger. But that's not all. In 5 years, nearly 2 billion people worldwide may not have enough drinking water. I would give all poorer neighbourhoods free access to clean water.
And how would you do that?
Apparently, engineers have developed a cheap and sustainable way to convert seawater into drinking water by using solar energy.
Fascinating. What about world peace? Surely you do something about that.
Yes, I think there are over 40 active conflicts in the world right now. I would immediately stop all wars and end the persecution of people for their beliefs. Oh, and I'd invest money into scientific research for diseases to raise global life expectancy.
Brilliant. Thanks, Si.
Well, I've said a lot, but what about you? What would you change?
I think that equality would be my top priority. I would fight against racism and promote feminism. I would put more women in positions of power. I think that our values and leadership would improve the quality of life for everyone.
You might have a point, but what about inequality in girls' upbringing? For example, girls having to do more chores at home and other gender stereotypes which are reinforced during childhood.
Sorry, Si, but time's up. I've got to finish my ethics essay, which is due in 2 days. Thanks. You've just given me loads of great ideas.
Oh, I should have known you were up to something.
We've got a great partnership, Si. Let's hear it for the best friendship in the world. Take care.
And thanks for watching.
Unit 10, page 128, exercises 3 and 4. Speaker 1.
I wish the media would be more honest with the public. I think that politicians often underplay serious problems in order to divert public attention. I see this happening at the moment. There is a lot of misinformation about climate change in the media. It's a huge problem and no one seems to be doing anything about it. If only the government had invested more in renewable energy and hadn't allowed so many companies to pollute the planet.
Speaker 2.
It really annoys me when the media focuses on things happening in other countries. By attacking foreign leadership, all the negative media attention is directed onto them, instead of the issues at home. I wish the politicians would focus on national problems and stop getting involved in those abroad. My friends and I are anti-war, and we believe that all countries should try to cooperate and help each other, not provoke conflict.
Speaker 3.
Did you know that 53.5 million people in the European Union were at risk of poverty in 2017? I think this figure is absolutely appalling. I feel very disappointed with the government, who ignore and devalue our opinions, especially those of young people. I really admire all the brave kids who use social media and are speaking out to make a difference in the world. I wish I were younger, then I would join their protests too.
Speaker 4.
I'm a university student, and I think the best thing we can all do is to get informed and think critically. Sometimes it seems that the government is deliberately trying to undereducate us because an ignorant society is much easier to manipulate. I wish people read more books and newspapers. And if only there were more educational programmes on TV about the environment or history instead of football and reality shows.
Speaker 5.
I wish everyone was more open and less afraid of people who are different from them. If only people were more understanding and didn't listen to certain political leaders. I'm proud to live in a multicultural country. Unfortunately, I see more and more anti-Semitic memes popping up on social media nowadays. And online, it's so easy for people to spread racism and sexism. If only people wouldn't repost these things.
Unit 10, page 132, exercise 2.
Should 16 and 17-year-olds be allowed to vote? The legal voting age used to be 21 in almost every European country before the 1970s. Although Czechoslovakia was the first country in the world to allow 18-year-olds to vote in 1946, the young Czechs never got a chance to exercise that right, as they endured a communist dictatorship for 40 years. It wasn't really until 1970, when the UK decided to lower the voting age to 18, that young Europeans were finally given a say. Today, Austria is the only country in Europe that allows 16-year-olds to vote in national elections, following the decision to lower the voting age in 2007. However, many other European countries have begun giving 16 and 17-year-olds the possibility to participate in local elections. What's more, there is currently much debate around lowering the age throughout Europe. In spite of this, the UK government is not currently considering lowering the voting age for general elections. Even though in Spain 16-year-olds can get married without their parents' consent, buy lotto tickets and ride a scooter, and 17-year-olds can get a full driver's license, they don't have any say in how their country is run.
Unit 10, page 132, exercises 3 and 4.
Today, we are debating whether the voting age in the UK should be lowered to 16. Arguing for is Lara, age 17, and a member of the British Youth Council. Arguing against is Gerald White, a Member of Parliament. Lara, could you tell us why you think that 16 and 17-year-olds should be allowed to vote?
Well, first of all, there are over 1.5 million 16 and 17-year-olds in the UK who don't have the right to vote, despite the fact that we can pay income tax, get married, join the army, or even become company directors. I'd like to ask the honourable gentleman why we aren't considered mature enough to vote.
I don't really think it is a question of maturity. If immature people couldn't vote, then I know a lot of 50-year-old men like me who wouldn't have been allowed to participate in the last election. I think it is more a question of political interest. If you look at the figures, 18 to 24-year-olds have the lowest turnout of any age group in elections.
What about the Scottish referendum? So many young people voted that they decided to allow all 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in Scottish elections from then on.
Maybe, but why did so few young people vote in the 2016 UK referendum about leaving the EU?
Actually, I think the 64% of 18 to 24-year-olds who voted in the referendum was a pretty good turnout. I also know lots of young people who didn't vote and now wish they had. One thing is clear. The majority of young people disagree with their grandparents. About 75% of the 18 to 24-year-olds voted to remain in the EU, while 60% of people aged 65 and over wanted Brexit. If only more young people had voted that day...
Well, why didn't they? I think it is a clear sign that young people are not politically minded.
I'm afraid I have to disagree with you. I think the main problem is that many people, young and old, are underinformed about politics and don't know what they are voting for. I believe young people deserve a say in matters which will directly affect their near future, such as university tuition fees.
You might have a point, but in my opinion, 16-year-olds haven't got enough life experience to make good decisions. They've never been in full-time employment, and they aren't interested in pensions. These are key economic issues in general elections.
I don't think we are any less capable of voting wisely. In fact, I think that thanks to advances in technology, today's 16 and 17-year-olds have more access to information than our parents ever did. Moreover, every British 16-year-old will have completed citizenship classes by the time they leave school. We are well equipped to participate in all elections across the UK. Young people want to vote, and we believe that it's time to give us the vote.
Thank you, Lara, and Mr. White.
Unit 10, page 133, exercises 4 and 5.
Shall we begin? Which one do you think would be best to start with?
As far as I'm concerned, the old man's had a long life already. It's time to let the younger generation have a go. We can eliminate him straight away, don't you think?
I'm not sure we're going to agree on this. I mean, I know he's got 10 grandchildren and they would be really upset if he never came back. But he used to be in the army, so he would be really good at thinking of strategies and protecting the community.
You might be right. I suppose if the experiment went well, he'd be able to bring his younger family members over too.
Exactly. So, are we both in favour of keeping the grandfather then?
Well, it isn't an easy choice, so I think I'd prefer to consider the other options before making a decision. Who would you choose to leave behind?
If I had to eliminate one of these applicants, I would probably go for the ship's captain. I mean, nobody is allowed to leave the island, so he wouldn't be much use, would he?
I know, but there might be a boat on the island all the same. In any case, I think we should choose either the ship's captain or the lifeguard. We wouldn't need both of them in the community, don't you think?
Right, so we're both in agreement on that. But which one would be the most...
In Valsi, Units 9 and 10, page 136, exercise 2. Speaker A.
People can be offended if they're not familiar with the differences in body language across cultures. I don't like to speak in such general terms, but people from some parts of the world tend to stand closer to others, and some people may feel uncomfortable with that. The same thing applies to making eye contact and even smiling. Non-verbal communication can be a major source of misunderstanding.
Speaker B.
I think feelings and emotions play a big part in misunderstandings. For example, people from countries like the UK like to keep their emotions under control, whereas people from Mediterranean countries are often more open about showing their feelings. Although it might seem unimportant, this difference can lead to anxiety and even fear among some people, and in some cases, people may completely stop attempting to communicate.
Speaker C.
I'd say the level of context is really important. Most English-speaking cultures are low context, which means that they express a message in a clear and open way. In these cultures, simply saying no when that's what you really mean is considered appropriate. But some cultures expect the listener to understand the meaning from the situation. So a Japanese person might say yes or maybe when they actually mean no, because it's considered bad manners to refuse an offer or invitation outright.
Speaker D.
Time's often a problem area, isn't it? Not all cultures think about time in the same way. In the US, for instance, being on time is considered very important, whereas other cultures place more importance on people and relationships. What this translates to in real life is that an American would cut a conversation short if they had to be somewhere for an appointment, while a person from Latin America would finish chatting, even if it meant they'd be a little late for their next meeting.
Speaker E.
As far as I'm concerned, the biggest barrier to intercultural communication is the stereotypes we believe. the ideas people already have about other cultures. These can really cause communication problems, not to mention offence. The belief that your own culture is somehow better can lead you to look down on others and not treat them with respect. And you can just imagine the problems that could cause in all walks of life.
In Valsi, Units 9 and 10, page 137, Exercise 3.
Welcome to Crime Busters. Today I'm joined by Martha McVeigh, our cybercrime expert, who's here to talk about ransomware. Martha, welcome to the programme.
Thank you.
First things first, Martha, can you tell us exactly what ransomware is?
Basically, ransomware is a specific type of computer virus that takes control of your computer. A message appears which threatens to delete all your files unless you pay a ransom.
Is this a new type of cybercrime?
Well, the first ransomware attack that we know about took place in the US in 2005, but it was nowhere near the scale of the attacks that have happened in more recent years. For example, in 2012, officials recorded that within 18 days, around 500,000 computers had been affected by this kind of attack. It was discovered that 16 cybercrime gangs were involved.
And what kind of ransom were they demanding?
It varied, from tens to hundreds of pounds. But it all adds up. These gangs managed to make an incredible $5 million from this crime.
Wow, that's terrible. Are the attacks getting worse?
They're certainly becoming more common. In May 2017, for example, 57,000 ransomware infections were detected in 99 countries, with Russia, Ukraine and Taiwan being among the most severely affected.
But there was also a massive attack in the UK in May 2017, if I recall.
That's right. The attack here was on the National Health Service. 48 organisations had their computers infected, throwing many hospitals and doctors' surgeries within these organisations into total chaos. The consequences were extremely serious. It even led to some patients' operations being cancelled.
That is serious. It's very worrying to think that hospitals can be a target for this kind of crime.
Yes, and not only hospitals either. A month after the attack on the National Health Service, the UK Parliament was hit by a cybercrime attack on politicians' email accounts. Officials had to lock them out of their accounts to protect them from blackmail.
So, what's being done here in the UK to tackle this massive issue?
Well, in 2016, the government set up a 5-year national cybersecurity strategy with a budget of £1.9 billion.
What does this strategy consist of?
It's based on the 3 Ds: defend, deter and develop.
I see. Let's talk about these one at a time.
OK, so the first one, defend. The UK now has the ability to defend its IT systems, businesses and individuals against any new cyber threats. UK networks are now more secure, and if there is a cyber attack, the UK government can respond rapidly and effectively.
That's reassuring. What about the second D, deter?
Well, unfortunately, the UK is seen as a major target by criminal and terrorist organisations and individuals. The UK government has measures to detect and stop hostile action in cyberspace. They're determined to investigate and prosecute cybercriminals, and they can also fight this kind of crime online. Harsh punishments are given to those who are found guilty of breaking online security laws. Hopefully, this will put off other cybercriminals in the future.
And the third D, develop?
This involves the cybersecurity industry, really. Research and development on cybersecurity is being very well funded to help us develop the best technology to defeat cybercrime. And this is essential to deal with any threats and challenges that may happen in the future.
So obviously there is a huge strategy here in the UK, but what about the fact that the internet is global? What can we do about the fact that many attacks come from abroad?
Well, one of the basic principles of this strategy is to take international action and work with other nations. This means building better relationships with some countries and creating new relationships with others to help fight international cybercrime. If this strategy succeeds, people all around the world will be better protected from these kinds of attacks.
Martha, that's all we've got time for. Let's move on to something now.
Oral Exam, Units 9 and 10. Page 137, Exercise 4. 1.
So, first, let's look at the reasons why we read.
2.
Let's move on to the science of reading.
3.
Finally, I'd like to look at how our reading has changed with the invention of technology.
4.
So, to conclude, reading may have changed greatly from its traditional form, but it is still a very important part of our daily lives.